God.
Right. In that case, we are going to go live. We're back, everybody.
Great night.
With Lee final episode. Lots of fives at Tarnstead.
Yes, it
We're
will
gonna
truly
start.
be the last episode because if we drag this out, she's going to kill us all.
I will just end the world. Yeah. We're gonna start in our usual manner of intro. No, but people aren't above the frames. 1 second. 1 second.
Technical difficulties.
That's it. That's it. Okay.
So
we need
we're
to go.
just gonna
Noodles sent,
fill
by
time.
the way. Noodles sent, by the way.
Thank you for noodles.
There's also rice cakes
fuck.
in there too.
You know what? The DM doesn't get to be on the screen. There we go.
There's also rice cakes with those noodles.
There you go.
Face.
That fixes it. Oh,
literally together, or
They're being sent in like 2
Fine.
shipments.
You'll get to be above your borders. You
Okay,
are
I-
ascent.
I have to look at this.
No, I hate it. You guys are bouncing so much.
Yeah.
This quick fix was bad fix.
It's because you got something moved somewhere, but it doesn't matter. We'll fix it. It's a layering issue.
It's a layering issue.
It's
fine.
It's probably because Discord weird stuff needed to be
see.
between the
Yeah.
frames and shit.
Oh well.
Looks okay on my end.
No, it
It's
doesn't.
fine.
It doesn't.
I see.
No, your names
I
are
see.
missing. No, I choose for the DM to vanish.
Never mind. Yeah, I see. We're blocking your name.
Yes,
Okay,
that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
A bit from the shadows.
Now we're going to start in our usual manner of introduction. Now that people can see the names. First up, we have Blackheart as.
Eric Marsh.
We have Kronos as.
Archie Lira.
We have Hadden as.
Telde.
We have Marcus as.
Quovis Adalas.
We have Semi as.
General, Gifton, Brockgren, Greasteel.
We have Tobias as.
Aspiapia, no longer on a roller coaster.
And you have me, Yuli, as your friendly DM till the end. I'm not going to ask anybody for a recap. I'm going to give it myself. Last week,
Taking a card. Shit.
on the Survivors of Tarnstead, you all fought valiantly against the Nothing, the herald of oblivion, the oncoming end, and saved not just yourselves, but Morgani and her children. While things aren't patched up perfectly between them or you, it was a start, and perhaps that's all that's needed, as even the physical, perhaps the angriest amongst them, agreed to come back with you on peaceful terms, returning to your dear, dear planet and facing the possibility that you're done, that you've triumphed, you've done your task, your goal. All that's required is to say whatever farewells are left and journey home. And that's how you arrived home. You arrived back to all of those people that have traveled with you. Some far more exuberant in their joyous cheering of you returning home than others. Stenhouse particularly sloshed and pleased that you had come back to him. The other divine beings and long-lived undead, a bit more reserved, although very happy to see you. It's a little into various little talks and asides that you find yourselves now. Cassie Stenhouse is now passed out in a chair. You've not long seen the likes of Miris and such leave, and you all find yourselves alone in a room.
Are we done?
Not yet. More to
Not
do.
entirely. There's still
Getting there.
things that need to be done.
I have some people to go say goodbye to, and I think the rest of you do as well. Telde, did you want to come with me to say goodbyes?
Yes, that would be nice.
Gibson's gonna go over and give Carrick a big hug. And she's gonna
I think
follow-
we will be there to see you off. but
Following it up with RG.
Are you
Squeeze the
gonna do
gecko really tight.
back?
Get Nor
Echo
nervous.
hugs back.
Handshake for Cassie.
Bear hugging Gifton.
Alright, I gotta go get my ducks in order.
I got her, guys. Let's go.
You, Gifton, you hear a little quack quack from your pocket.
Check my pocket.
Yeah, that's Fowdy's in there.
Oh, kid, are you okay?
Quack quack.
Quack, quack. Okay,
Ha-
you're my little duck. I know.
Wait.
how
Did
long?
we see any of the family?
Fowdy must have been here since you guys landed.
Yep.
I would hope so.
Hopefully not before. Yeah, I need to get things arranged. James?
Yes.
I hate to ask you, but you mind making sure they get around okay? I know
Of course.
I know that Carrick is a very accomplished mage, but I think he might be a bit exhausted.
I need to. It'd be nice to spend some time with them anyway.
Hmm. Oh, come on, Telday, let's go use the teleporter to the Feywild so we get to Traveler.
Try not to shoot James while we are gone.
You might
Looking
talk
over
to.
at Torvis and winking.
Don't shoot
Mind-
Raziel either.
You mind taking the old man with you? And James actually looks over at Stenhouse, and there is a look of pain on his face.
Yeah, I'll take him.
I've already said my goodbyes to him, so
I need to do that too.
Come with me, sir. You can lean on me if needed.
What time is it?
If you wanted to come with us, though, Dingus, did you want to have any more time with them?
Dingus is going to flap off of your shoulders, and he's just going to like land on Cassie, and he's going to do a little head boop against the cheek,
What's up?
and you just get a flash of "miss you."
Gonna scratch him on the head. Gonna miss you too, Dingus.
And then he just sort of climbs across his shoulders, hops over to Corvus.
No.
And,
Hi.
he doesn't head bop you like he did Cassie. He just bops his head politely at you, knowing you don't like to be touched. Never mind the fact he's already touching you. By you.
Corvus will reach up and scratch between his wing shoulders.
He beeps happily.
He'll be seeing you in the future, and you will be so much bigger.
You just get happy flashes of Big Dingus.
Big Dingus, yes.
And then he is going to hop over to Argy and is going to Argy, you get actually rather complex mental flashes. Dingus seems to evolve beyond just shapes to actual images. And you are gonna get like little flashes of enjoy, share, drink together, mashed potatoes, good, miss you.
Argy will kind of hold her hand against him and just kind of sit for a minute quietly.
Yeah, and he just nuzzles against you before he flaps over to Carrick. And Carrick, that tail like twines around your arm, his neck drapes around yours, and he nuzzles in against you.
I owe you some new things when we see you next. You take care of him. We're gone.
And he flashes at you. Miss you, Miss Dazzle.
She'll miss you too.
There's a little head tilt from
Dazzle's with them. That's right.
Yeah,
Is it
Dazzle's
Day?
on
I
the...
apologize.
Yeah, there's a little head tilt for a moment before a rather intelligent thought from such a little pseudo dragon comes on of, no, she won't.
Oh, American Levex will. You'll see them in a while, so I guess more you'll miss them.
Feed them lots.
I will. I'm gonna actually give him a hug. Well, as close as I can with.
He returns it with a long lick to your face.
Used to that now.
And then he's going to come over to you, Gifton.
Okay, let's give him a scratch. Let's go see our goodbyes.
How out of sorts is Stonehouse?
I mean, he literally just fell asleep and is completely smashed up. Still pretty drunk.
Stonehouse, sir.
Yes, Riz.
He comes up and sort of straightens Stenhouse's collar. As a medical practitioner and as a friend, he pats him on the shoulder. I need you at your best for her.
Oh, his cheeks bulge for a moment as he is like shocked back into complete lucidity.
Oh, that was rude. I think he wanted to be where he was.
Yeah.
Oh, and he just gives you. It's a mix of like, thank you, this is probably for the best, but also there's a little resentment of like, let an old man handle his pain how he will. Oh. And he's like straightens out his shirt a bit before he marches over to you, Gifton.
You can discipline me later.
A great big hug, picking you up from your feet.
And I hug him super tight.
You have been such a bright light in my life.
And you as well, sir. I'll send my post as long as I can.
You make sure that don't forget about me.
I won't. I need one of my sons after you. I really can't.
I'm sure he'll do you proud, and he'll do me proud.
I'm sure he will.
And he sets you down before looking to James and just giving him perhaps an even tighter hug, pulling him tight, hand grasping at the back of his shirt. And James like stiffens for a moment before just returning it. And Stenhouse goes, I am so very proud of you, boy. You take care of her. And James, actually fighting back tears, just nods, stands back from Stenhouse and gives him a salute, which Stenhouse returns.
Gifton's gonna join in on the salute.
Okay. Well, I've already formally dismissed you, but Greystill?
Yes.
I'm very happy to say you are relieved of duty.
Thank goodness, sir. I'm really a disgrace to the uniform.
She's no longer a general. I don't need to follow her orders. Until they just runs away now.
Tell they you don't have to listen to me anymore. You're free.
Tode, I expect you to stay on duty. Your orders are to make sure the two of these are okay. Okay, my man.
I will make sure that the trouble they get into will only resolve in a proper manner.
If only all of my men were as fine as you. And he reaches out to shake your hand, Tode.
I will hesitate for a moment and then do so.
And then he's like clasps you and pulls you in and gives you a very quick hug as well.
Twong, twong, twong.
Yep.
It has been an honor, sir.
The honor's been all mine.
Right. We are still having to go back to the Traveler with everybody, sir. So you're not quite rid of us yet.
Prolonged goodbyes. Yes. Everyone loves them.
Well, I know that it's easier to get it done with, though, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, 4 of us are heading off.
I'll see the rest of you soon.
Corpus will not.
Actually, to look around and decide for men, just walk up to James and offer out a hand.
He'll actually take it and give you a tight squeeze as he shakes.
Does that then just bolt him into a hug?
And he'll return it and go.
Notice you, troublemaker.
You as well.
Make sure you say goodbye to Raziel too. You know. And
the other one.
Yeah, I mean, the group Raziel as well.
Listen, you tell your kids of yours all about me. They'll need a good inspiration in their life, and he gives you a cocky smile.
Or do you just raise an arm because I don't know, they're already gonna know about her.
That's fair. That's very fair.
If
Give Marissa my love as well. And I am dearly hoping that we are leaving a better world for you all.
I hope so too.
Cassie, you see your mother again when you get back, whatever state she's in. You try and help her, yeah?
Steel shots help their own.
And
though hopefully they aren't as wild and crazy as we last saw them.
I wouldn't put my bets on that. Corvus.
He looks over.
He's going to walk up to you and he's going to offer his hand out.
Corvus will. Corvus will pull his glove off and offer his hand.
He'll take it and grip it tightly, giving it a firm shake. For all our differences, you've always been a man of focus, integrity, and I am proud to have known you. I'm just glad that you have awful aim.
You have better reflexes. But for everything that it was, you were a good glue that helped this group out in many ways.
Thank you.
And
you, Missy, you're his better half. He's looking at Echo. You make sure he stays straight and narrow, and make sure that he lets himself be happy. And Echo just smiles and nods, putting her arm around you, Corvus.
Corvus will smile.
And Carrick.
Yes.
And he's just going to step up and he's going to hug you tightly.
I'm going to hug him back.
You have been as refreshing for me as Gifton has been. You are such a man of good conscience and kindness that I know whatever you do, wherever you go, you will make things better for the people around you. And I, despite only having had needed it for a short while, am going to miss your cooking deeply.
Well, I'm taking your suggestion, I think.
Oh, really?
Since you all are staying here to guide. Good thing. Someone needs to guide in the future. I think I will make the announcement of stepping up for the seat of Nuran when we get back.
Good. Well, I look forward to seeing it happen.
Good for Nuran.
Hopefully good for more than just Nuran.
You're
I
gonna
mean,
the
if anything, it might not
Stenhouse.
be an issue by the time we get back.
You're gonna have
What?
allies in the east.
Wait, what? Hang on, I'm confused.
Carrick is one of the legitimate heirs to the Noranian throne.
Oh, fuck me. Well, you'll have my support, boy. Of course. I don't know
I-
what that
The
means,
dwarves
but
only.
I think I will be needing your assistance because I have a feeling some of the stuff I know may
be different.
well cause issues with some of the defense ideas for Barast. You know, knowing the circle outside of the military complex and such.
What are you talking about?
Now,
I don't know if the king would be.
They're gonna change the
oh,
rules.
what do you mean? He's never been informed of them in the first place.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, who knew?
I'm sure changing them is
In fact, you don't know
not
a thing
a.
about our defenses, do you, Mr. Mask?
No, I do not.
Yeah, General Greysteel never leaked military secrets to you.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
The
Yes, she's been
I don't know
a
who's General Greysteel.
iron safe.
I have a feeling I will not be able to keep my lands, but I have idea of who I would like to have them given to, but we can discuss that when we get back.
Of course.
If I know a family that wouldn't mind a little extra, I believe.
Dingus.
Me.
No,
Me.
we're going.
Hey, you're not gonna have a tavern anymore?
The tavern is not part of my land. I kind of already had thought of what's going to happen with that.
Where are
No, I
people
meant-
gonna get food?
I believe
There are
Carrick
more
will
than-
convert the palace of Naran into a tavern.
Oh my
Giant
gosh.
restaurant.
No, I have some people who I think would take good care of it that are working there, but I was talking about the estate. I don't know if that's really a good thing to hold on to.
Well, we'll see what the entire situation is when you get there, huh?
Yes. If I have to hand it off, I will probably hand it off to the Capays because they already have some of theirs there working. So
Speaking of, I suppose we should
Yeah.
make our way to Traveller.
yes,
And,
Are the group of you gonna go see Scrim?
we should probably at least say goodbye, even if we almost killed him.
Carrick, I trust you to get a hold of Hea with the group.
Yuli,
Yes.
did I have a chance to finish that pillow on the way back?
no, do you want to try and rush one?
Yes. God damn it! I want to finish this freaking something.
Someone cast haste on her.
This is going to be the long legacy of Cass not knowing, like, she's going to be handing us off to descendants of Scrim.
I mean,
It's the classic start a project and then have to start another project and many projects on the go.
so we
Right.
head to Scrim then.
Yeah.
Me and Tilde
And-
are gonna head off to Traveler with Stenhouse. Unless Stenhouse, you want to go see Scrim.
What? No, that's fine. I mean,
I'll be
we
seeing
had
him
some
later.
good talks, but honestly, I don't think the man is all that fussed. At least about me. So how are we? And Dingus like bobs his head up.
Yep.
Me.
You go ahead and do it, Dingy.
Me.
Me.
And Dingus is, for some god awful reason, this isn't necessary. He's never done it before for this. Is doing like a little dance on your shoulder, like just hopping from claw to claw. And a Feywild doorway will appear. All right. James will go ahead and open it up and like sort of politely beckon for General Stenhouse, Gifton, Telde, and Dingus.
Okay. We'll head on off to the tree.
Okay. All right. You all step on through, and James steps through with them. The door closing behind him, leaving the rest of you here in your room.
You cheeky bastard.
I was waiting for you to notice that. Does anyone actually know where Scrim is? Because I just thought about the fact that the person who's supposed to do our ride just walked into the Feywild. Actually, wait.
James said it behind everybody, and I sat there going, James isn't leaving with us. James did. James did.
I'm not entirely sure where he's wandered off to.
I just thought I still have the memory thing.
You
Do I
could
know
actually get a
where-
hold of Dadriel, who you might want to say goodbye to as well.
Yeah.
Aren't they all in Old Barras or current Barras?
Yeah.
Now Barras?
Current Brast.
Yeah, but that's a word.
Also, I'm gonna be the player who does this. Somebody needs to remember to pick up Talal before you leave Tulia.
Yeah, that was on my list. That's why I have to be careful what I do, because I only have so much ability to teleport.
Why don't you get a hold of Dadriel to come help you?
That was actually my plan.
Or get Heya, one of the two.
Just put your hands together and go, Daddykins, please.
No.
Daddy Grill?
Dadriel.
I mean, I could go for a different one, but I might get in trouble.
I remember, like, the first time you said Dadriel's name. I'm pretty sure she said Dadriel, but it's been Dadriel.
I could always go for a different one and see if I could get
Daddy ooh.
Satriel to show up instead. But I think that might get me in trouble.
Listen, I needed a daddy figure.
You had a dad at that point.
But I needed another one.
No, she had
Are
a
you
dad
praying
figure.
for
She needed a
Dadriel?
daddy
I'm gonna pray
figure.
for Dadriel.
Okay. Yes, it's very easy to summon Dadriel. He appears in a flap of wings, and just sort of looks around and then looks a little confused, like, oh, normally it's Gifton that does that.
We're getting ready, and her, James, Stenhouse, and Dingus have headed the Traveler to start their goodbyes. And
Dadriel actually looks a little sad and goes, leaving already.
Unfortunately, there's only so much time left before the sleeper wakes, and we need to get all the ducks going, so to speak.
In that case, I will.
Wait for a moment for the here quack. Make sure there's no quacks from.
There's
the
no
child.
quack.
Okay.
In that case, I will take you wherever you need. It would be my honor.
Well, also thank you for not just this, but for all the assistance.
No thanks are necessary.
It'll be a short time for us before we see you again, but for you, it'll be a lot longer.
Cassie, meanwhile, fervently cutting material, sewing as fast as she can.
What are you?
Here, go. Gonna finish something.
She's working on a project for Scrim.
Oh.
Which I think would be the first person we should go say goodbye to, just because.
Do you want to leave Scrim till last?
Give her some time to do that.
Just to give her time, yes.
You know, I suggested a chair, but you know you don't have to. Okay.
Cass is just growling as she sews.
She just gets angry when you tell her no.
In that case, where are we going first?
Then look to the rest of the group first to see if anyone has any specifics, including Cass, who might want to say goodbye to a certain priestess, possibly.
Well, my departures are here in Faramir's compound, so.
The only person I really have to say goodbye. Well, only two people I really have to say goodbye to are you and the other Raziel.
Yeah. There is
In this
Yeah,
case, is it only
maybe-
Scrim that we have to travel for?
Well, actually, I'm
Getting
just gonna
back
say,
into
do
town might be a good idea because air gargoyle is not fun.
do we have is little Raz around? Like, do we see her?
Not here.
What about this time's Raziel?
I can call on them if you wish.
That probably be easier than you taking us to them, because I don't know where or what they're doing.
Okay, one moment. And Tadriel just like inclines his head a little bit. And after a few moments, there's another flapping of wings, and the small girl appears, wiping their hands clean of something as they settle down onto the ground and just look over the group of you. Time to go, is it?
It's about time, yes. We wanted to say goodbye to you.
Oh. They just sort of march out and they just like offer their hands up to each other. They know you, but they're not as ingrained, attached
Yeah.
as James Prime.
Yeah. Technically, wouldn't she be the prime because she came first?
Let them debate that.
Depends on whose time view you're looking at.
Sorry, I've been around gifting too much. I'm gonna give her a hug.
Oh, good work, all of you. You've suddenly freed up my plans for the coming
Well,
thousands of years.
that means you have time to do other stuff, and thank you for your assistance while we were here.
They actually frown a little bit when you mention they have time to do other stuff, as if like I haven't thought about this.
You have plenty of time to think about what to do too,
You have other you can harass to figure it out.
and you have Gifton you can harass.
That whole situation's a little
Weird.
awkward.
You can harass Lucifer more.
Their face actually softens a little bit and goes, I haven't really been able to interact with him for a long time, so that will be nice.
As much as the other you seem to not be super comfortable about him, he does seem to be a good
Lucifer is a complete and utter impolite word, but he is my brother.
and he seems to have his moments.
Not as many
At
as me,
least-
but he does.
Yes. I'll be honest, as you started to say that, I thought you were actually saying Lucifer was there and saying something. I'm going to step out of my way for any others. And I'm actually going to give Dadriel a hug while I do that, so...
And Dedra will give you a Goliath hug in return. Has no
Dadriel
qualms about
will
actually
be-
showing affection.
Wait, I'm a dragon. I can breathe.
Yeah. But Raziel sort of just looking over the group of you and scratching the back of the head and going, I imagine this is stranger for you than it is for me. But
Rachel's going up and giving her a hug.
okay, right. And they'll just
do
like pat you a bit.
Just rubbing her hair affectionately, just going, 10,000 years, you're coming and seeing my kids.
I'll try to remember
God.
you. And they just smile up at you.
Oh God, I just thought about that. Wait, there could be 2 Razes in 10,000 years. Like, still. Out
Yeah.
of character comment, not in character comment, by the way. Oh no,
Well,
we're
Cass is
cloning
going.
them.
Once Archie breaks the hug, Cass is going to hug young Raz and go, "Thank you for your help."
You're quite welcome. And they pat you as well, Cass, like just reaching up a little bit, patting the side of your arm. And they look to you, Corvus, and they just go, we don't have to do that, right?
No, but he will quickly finger gun her.
They slowly like return the gesture.
You're going to
I've
learn what that is.
I've only known all of you for a short time in my life, but your impacts have been bizarre and very disruptive, and I thank you for it. So I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
See you on the other side.
Yes.
And they give Dadriel a far more like friendly, appreciative look, and They just sort of reach up, take his hand, and like pat the top of it. So, see you soon. I know this is painful for you, so I will be there for you after. And Dodger just nods their head in appreciation, and little Raz vanishes in a flurry of wings.
Aw.
Right.
You gonna say goodbye to the people in the Feywild?
Is that directed at us?
Yeah, I was asking that out of
They
character.
probably hit them on the way to
Yeah,
Traveler,
okay, yeah,
I
it makes
imagine.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where we are going
Yeah.
after.
Yeah.
So, Scrim,
Spontaneous arrivals of people
what about
as we go.
what about your girlfriend? Is he remaining?
Oh. I think we may pick him up with Talon. We've got a couple we have to pick up before we bring.
You're picking up Delan.
Isn't Talon going back? Or is Talon
Talal.
not going back?
Talal.
Talal.
Sorry, not
God.
Talon. Too bad we're taking gods with us back now. Talal.
Make 2 gods.
Because we
yes.
have some others to gather up. And, of course, say the temporary goodbye to Hea before we leave. But I think that is going to be our last.
In that case, I suggest you get the last stitching done, Cassie.
Stitch, 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 stitch. She's never really stopped.
Yeah. All right.
Arjun's going to briefly give just Gadriel a hug.
And he hugs you, and then he doesn't let go, and he just offers his other arm up. You know how the traveling works.
Arjun's actually going to wiggle out and go, I'm not going to see Scrim.
You're not going to see Scrim.
I don't have the connection they do to him, and
She has a bit of a history with him.
he did.
That's very fair.
As far as I'm concerned, still kind of burned my home down, and before that, his people did kind of kill my parents. So maybe someday, maybe descendants, but
Dodger just nods his head in understanding.
give him my best, at least, though.
I will. In that
It's going to be
case,
cold there, isn't it?
how about I take care of that for you?
Sounds good.
Right, and right, he offers his other arm out towards Cassie, Corvus, and Carrick.
I will accept.
Cass
Yep.
is going to hook arms with him while still stitching.
Arjun's going to sit back and watch.
My God, she just stitched that.
Dadriel gives you another nodding goodbye, Argy, and then he takes your friends. Which, yes, the cold hits you all briefly as you arrive in Barest, but it is quickly dissipated. A bubble of warmth emanating from Dadriel as you seem to land right near a very ad hoc Goliath camp. Like, it looks like it is structures that are meant to be put down, just like, temporary tents, that kind of thing. And it doesn't seem to cause much disruption. The Goliaths know Dadriel at this point. He gets some waves. You'll get acknowledging, greetings and so on. And one of the Goliaths actually hollers out for Scrim, who emerges from a tent and sort of starts marching over to all of you with a quizzical look and just going, "What are you doing here?"
We are saying our goodbyes to those who are staying behind before we head back.
I thought we had done goodbye.
We're letting you know, and I also wanted to let you know that I am going to possibly become the ruler of Naran, and I will extend the same to the Goliaths there that we have done with Barras to get them their own lands, for sure.
He waves his hand briefly and just goes, "I will be dead, but thank you. You care for my people."
We are trying to make a better place for everybody, and can't choose just certain people, and you have...
Well, take caution. Their southern borders more defended than Barras. So, if you plan to take their country, then Perhaps borders between Baras and Noran less tough. I do not know. Never been.
Yeah. My plan is not to try to take over any other than the one my birthright grants me. So, but
Like ours granted us for your lands.
we are working that out. Unfortunately, time has changed, and even some of that may be even undone. We do not know exactly what we'll be walking into in the future now.
I think what's going on there is Scrim doesn't understand the concept of bloodline heredity
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
In either
but
way, I wish you victory.
thank you, and you enjoy your life here.
And perhaps when you return home, you will have a fast Goliath empire to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
We may.
And
And
he just grins and he just sort of like steps up and slams his fist to his chest before holding it out to you.
do I know what to do? Because is there actually like an official thing that I would know exactly what to do?
You're not entirely familiar with that gesture, but if you want, you can give me a history roll.
Sure, we'll roll a history check.
Yeah, you've read about this. He is saluting you as it's a Goliath position that is like akin to brother, but brother in battle.
Okay.
That chest, and then the proffering of the hand. You're actually supposed to grasp his forearm,
I will.
but
grasp
after doing the
his arm.
slam.
Oh, okay, I will.
Yeah.
Oh God, the dragon that is probably a sound
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, so you smack your fist to his chest, you grasp his
And then-
forearm, and then he pulls you in, like slamming his chest to yours.
Okay.
Oh God.
He
Actually-
basically bro bumps you.
Unfortunately, this is actually something I could see RG getting into.
Yeah, well.
And then the same gesture is made at you.
Right.
And she'll grasp arms with him.
Right, and he chest bumps you as well. Just like, and it is a hard slam, like
Totally.
pulling arms into.
Pillow between you. You know you want to.
Oh no, that's coming after.
And
Break up and just throw the pillow at him. That's far more comfortable to sit on
You're
than a
going
chair.
to slam me on the ground, Scrum.
what is this?
You've been sitting in hardwood chairs.
Yes.
This
What do you
will
make?
This will do your back better.
You want me to just sit on this?
Yes. You will
It will
be
get
sitting
wet on
low,
the
and
ground.
everyone else will have to sit lower than you.
No, this will be very low.
I think he means put it on top of a chair, then sit on it.
What?
Or she, sorry.
And put it on the chair.
Put it on the chair.
He frowns at it with suspicion.
It's soft.
As it is a gift from you, I will try this.
Please.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
He frowns for a moment before he just like snaps one of the little corded like necklaces he's wearing off and holds it out to you, Cass.
Cass will take it.
That's not what I
A
thought
fair
was
trade
going on.
then.
He nods, and then Corvus, he does step to you,
He
slams his
will
fist to his chest,
do the same.
holds out arm to you,
Yeah.
grip it, and
Yeah.
Corvus,
Yeah.
whump. Wind definitely knocks from you. And like he at least has the mind to like grasp you and set you back on your feet properly. And he gives you a respectful nod. The others, Gifton and Tarnstead, they are staying. Yes.
They will be
Yes,
staying.
What of the elf, Argy?
She sends her regards. With everything that has happened and her not being with you like we were, she's still a bit unsure around you.
He just slowly nods his head before seeming to think for a moment, and just reaches into a little pouch he's got and just pulls out a small stone and holds it out. Give this to her, please.
I will pass it on to her.
Something
And
so
Kirk will
gifted gave me.
take
I
it.
don't want it. Send it away into oblivion.
Is it the sending stone?
No,
Is
it
it
doesn't. Do you want to examine it?
Not right now.
Okay. Right. So you pocket that before he just nods and goes, right, then farewell to you all,
You live well, Scrum.
To you also.
boss. And he just turns and walks away.
As is expected.
Oh,
I just thought of something.
ow.
Yeah.
This is out of character.
Mhm.
The one that we actually had some rapport with, did he come over? Did we ever see him?
Oh, what, the shell?
Yes.
No, he did
Okay.
not.
Okay. Okay.
So back to Julia.
Yeah.
Yes.
And don't worry, I'll be with these people.
Thank you.
And arms are offered out again, and you can all make a quick hop back to Julia, where we're actually going to bounce to Talday and Gifton.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, the bouncing people.
You make your
Well,
way through the. What's that, Archie?
I was going to say, on the interim of them going to RG, would have probably actually gone through the door.
Yeah. Okay. You're heading through to Traveller as well.
Mhm.
Okay. Right. Well, Gifton Talday. You are able to make your way through the Feywild to where Traveller is residing. If that is your first stop.
I think it's the only stop because
I don't know. You might want to go see an old tree, well, a young tree, I suppose, or might want to go get some mushrooms. I don't know.
well, I mean, it's just pretty much we're gonna go say goodbye to the people in travel
Yeah.
unless Tilday wants to do something else.
No, I can't think of any, because most of the people that we would travel to see are the people who are staying.
Yeah,
In that
and
case,
we have our whole lifetime to see them.
yeah.
Which,
You are
We'll
able to
forget
make your
to
way
do,
to
but,
Traveller
you know.
easily.
Mhm.
Where opening it up, Stenhouse sort of steps in and actually like pats like the inner frame of Traveller as he steps in, like, nice to see you again. And
Hi, traveler.
there's a sort of pleasant sounding chime as you hear, greetings, Gifton. Telday.
Or Saga, Bill, Nathaniel, Louis still here, and Temday.
Would you like me to summon everybody?
If you could, we're gonna be saying our goodbyes.
Okay. There is a soft chiming sound, and it carries off distantly as Traveller starts relaying messages. And soon enough, people start filtering in.
Attention everyone, please come to the lobby so that you can say
We
goodbye
have
to
a
Gifton.
lost child. A lost child. Please come to the front desk.
Don't want to tell us who I was before I put on the mask.
Right.
Devoran and his
the-
priestess and
Yeah, Denoran and his priestess. I believe Lucian had come along, hadn't he?
I don't know. We didn't bring any of the capays, sadly. I have the list. It's
Hmm.
RG, Cassie, Carrot, Corvus, Dingus, Echo, Gifton, Tilday, Saga, Stenhouse, Build, Nathaniel, Lady Gentle, Louis, One Temday, Raziel, Talal, Denoran, the Priestess, Valda, Dadriel, Scrim, and his tribe.
Yeah, and most of those are staying. Right.
Yep.
Yeah. So, yes. In that case, God, that's interesting. Yeah. A bunch of them do step in, and the first to enter is actually Temday, who sort of comes straight on over, and with that like awkwardness of like, there's some bonds here, but it's not the firmest. Just goes. So it's goodbye times, is it?
It
Yes.
is. Thank you. for coming with us.
My pleasure,
Being a
and
part of
thank you
everything.
for everything you've done to help us. And he actually looks from you, Gifton, to Telday as if like saying helping him.
Mhm.
And he just like sort of does a very small spread of his arms, like offering that like gentle, friendly hug.
Yep, Gifton's expecting to hug every single person out
Yeah.
of this, so
And,
yeah.
and he just like sort of gives you a little hug. It's not like the super forceful, I'm going to miss you, but it's friendly.
Mhm.
Then he looks to you, Telday, and just goes, "Well, I am sure that you are going to lead a very interesting life, and I look forward to either hearing about it or reading about it. You make sure that there is something that comes through."
Indeed. I am sorry that we were not able to spend more time together.
Still, I think we got more time than we perhaps would have otherwise. So, I wish you the very best, brother.
And to you, may it be glorious.
I will not wish that for you because I am sure you will make it so.
Living
And,
a mundane life despite him. Got it.
And they just
High
incline their
five.
heads to you. And next up is Saga, who comes sort of waltzing on in,
Mhm.
and it's already like just opening their arms up,
Yep,
smiling at you,
I'm
Gifton.
gonna go in, grab those arms, give him a hug, and kind of give him a kind of like a dance spin around.
Yeah, they will twirl with you.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you can even take it on turns of sweeping each other off their feet, you know.
Mhm, yep.
And they
It's
sort of,
a very Faye thing to do right now.
yeah.
So
And they grasp your hands, Gifton, sort of leaning down a bit, and goes, "I cannot wait to see what face you are wearing when next we meet.
the masquerade continues, right?
You better take part, at least some."
Mhm. We'll see. I've got my heart set on a tree.
"Oh, really now?
Mhm.
You make sure it grows nice and big.
Mhm.
And when next we meet, be it friend or foe, I'm sure our dance will be glorious."
I'm sure it will. You watch after them in the future for me.
Of course, they will have the finest of care from me.
Thank you. I give him a kiss on the cheek.
And he'll return it before sort of like looking at you, Telda, and going, "And you, my brother bound in metal, make sure that things go better."
I will try.
"I do not object to your existence, but I will hope that it comes about in a better way." Until next we
Nod.
meet, then. And they just they blow you both a kiss before marching on out with a little whistle on their lips.
Mhm.
Then Denoran and his lady friend. Denoran is actually crying the moment he walks through the door, trying to hold it in like stoic face, but you can see the tears.
Mhm.
And he just like opens up his arms to both of you at the same time.
I'm just gonna hug
It's,
Doran.
"Oh, my dear friends, this is the most bitter of farewells," and he is just like gonna pull you both into a hug at the same time.
Is he gonna hug James?
James is gonna get special attention.
Okay.
Oh my.
Yeah. And as he's like got both of you grasped, he's just looking between the two of you, like looking a little bit downwards for Gifton, craning his head up for Telday, you know, Drow, not exactly the tallest.
Yep.
And he's just like, "The two of you better take such good care of each other, and you better tell so many stories of my wonderful exploits. Both
My children are gonna be hearing about you for every day of my
you
life.
save certain exploits though for when they're older, yes."
Oh yes, of course. And
And he's going to grasp your cheeks, Gifton, and pull you in, and he's going to kiss you one cheek, then the next,
yeah,
hug you again.
I'm gonna hug him extra tight, and we'll watch after the daughter as much as we can for you. Should make sure that she's beautiful and big and strong.
It is what fills my heart with joy that while we must depart from each other, you get to live such a blessed existence here. And she has somebody so great to watch out for her.
Yeah, she's got James. I smile at him.
Tilde stands up, grasps your cheeks, and you get a kiss planted right where your mouth would be.
Yeah.
And he just goes, and you, I hope you find such joy and love and happiness in your life.
It has been an interesting time knowing you.
Not
May you
ask for a
have
better
many
compliment.
great adventures that are worthy of recording.
Well, I already have, but I will have a few more for your sake.
Make sure you sing a few songs sometimes for me.
The loudest and the finest, my dear.
And the most body.
There'd be a reference.
As you desire.
Sing to me of your great exploits so I know of them, okay?
Oh, just be careful when you look when I'm singing.
Oh, well, I'm sure. I wouldn't want to
And-
miss anything.
He turns to James, and he actually comes down onto one knee, which does make James look immensely awkward. And he just takes James's hand in his and plants a kiss on it. And he goes, "My lord, you have been a little light in my life. You guided me and gave me purpose when I was lost and when I was at my end. It is one of the greatest joys to have gotten to know you beyond the men that they worship." And he slowly stands up. "To have allowed me to be your friend is the finest thing I could ask for." And he just keeps holding James' hand before James just slips his hand out and pulls Denorin into a hug. And James just starts whispering gently to Denorin, private, though if you want to try and hear, you can.
Oh, I'll leave it.
Okay. And they hold the embrace for a good long while before they just slowly step apart from each other. And Denorin sort of wipes his eyes and links arms with his lady friend, who's just been patiently waiting, somewhat awkwardly.
She doesn't really know anybody.
Doesn't really
It's
know any
very-
of you. And she just, after he steps back to join with her, just looks at you and goes, "It's been very nice meeting you."
This is the priestess.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was really wonderful to meet you too, and I'm so happy that this is going to be better.
We have already talked. We shall be naming children and after each of you.
Oh.
I am honored.
I am very honored.
James just smiles a little bit. Yes, thank you for bringing this man into my life.
To the future and the many children that you have. Gifton gives a nod.
And she smiles, and Denorin looks like he's welling up again, and she's just starts to gently guide him away. There are a few other people on board Traveller.
Bill and Nathaniel and them.
Yeah. Is there anyone in particular you're seeking, though, before I continue?
I do want to say goodbye to Bill.
Okay, yeah. I think Bill's an important one. Nathaniel does make a showing.
Assuming, from what you said, there's no sign of Lady Gentle. So
No sign of Lady Gentle at all.
Yeah.
Nathaniel does make a showing, but Nathaniel is formal, proper, as he tends to be. He gives you a little hug, Gifton, and just wishes you the best.
Mhm.
But you tell Day, he sort of comes up and goes, I will take the very best care of them.
Please. I can trust you.
Are you, you have opportunity here. Are you planning to, what are you going to do?
I will stay and live life. That is all I can say.
Nathaniel's eyes seem to light up a little bit, and he goes, "That is what I wish for all of us. So I think that is a very good thing to do. Farewell, brother.
Farewell. Perhaps we will meet in a few thousand years.
I will keep an eye out for you, old man." Right,
Gonna
and
have to get
there's
Salday a cane.
perhaps some oil as well.
Sure,
And,
we'll put an oil can.
Nathaniel just like gives a little shallow bow to the both of you, and even as he's doing that, you can see Bill coming up, and Billiam comes on over to you, Gifton, and just he actually kneels down a lot like Denoran did, and just takes your hands in his and goes, "Knowing you've certainly been quite the event in my life."
Gift is just gonna go down to his level and hug. Thank
And,
you, sir, for trusting me. Thank you, sir, for giving me hope.
He holds you like you would a child, like just you can even feel him like patting and rubbing your back a little bit.
Thank you for inspiring me.
Oh, come now, I haven't done all that.
Yeah, you did. You meant so much to me those first scared few days. You're my hero, you know?
He came in very composed, like just saying goodbye to an old friend. But when you say that, you can see that like momentary look of pain on his face that he fights down with such manliness that like the fact that Barris tears like form in his eyes.
From a place of so much loss, so much pain, and you were there, stalwart, and ready to help, and ready to trust, and that meant so much. Don't ever stop being amazing, Bill.
By the gods, girl, what are you trying to do to me? And he just hugs you a little tighter.
Hug him tight.
Oh, jeez. And he like as he stands up, you can see him like pinching the corner of his eyes, like.
You keep an eye on that sweet cafe boy for me, okay?
Oh, I'm sure he'll cause me no end of trouble.
And Maris.
Yes, everything will be all right with all of them. I promise you, I will.
Good. I know it will be. I trust it will. But I have
City
to
will
say
be
it.
a lot sorrier without you.
I have to say it because they'll wonder if I said anything about them, and I do. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you. I've said it time and time again, but thank you for everything.
Gifton's gonna salute.
And he pops off a little salute to you as well. And he, while still holding that salute, he turns to you, Teal'c. You
Second box of tissue time.
we might not know each other quite the same, but you're a good man, Teal'c, and I expect you to do great things. And I'm glad to know that she has people with her.
We're gonna go write something lewd on a mountain together, aren't we, Salday?
Nod.
And he then just offers out a hand to you, Teal'c.
I will take it and shake his hand.
Right now, I'm a fan of butts.
And we've known that for some time.
Yeah.
And he turns to James and just gives him a little nod and offers out his hand as well. And James takes it, and you can see Stenhouse already emerging from one of the traveler's doors with a fresh bottle of alcohol, which he like waves at Bill. And Bill notices it, just nods, and
those two are gonna be the best of friends after all of this.
It gives you another quick hug, Gifton. For he just says, "Well, goodbye,"
Bye.
and biting his lip briefly, he starts heading over to Stenhouse, who was meeting midway, and he's just coming back over to you. At this point, RG, you are entering Traveler.
It traveled
Just
to the
like-
Feywild because the
yeah.
door wasn't right to Traveler.
Mhm.
And you can see Stenhouse coming over to Gifton and James and Tilde again. Right, well, this might actually be it then.
Yeah, is that strong?
Yes, you want a swig?
Yeah, I could do.
And let's hold the bottle out to you.
Take a swig from the bottle.
Yeah,
Oh God, gods, how do you do
it burns. It's great relish.
that? Hand the bottle back to him.
I'm going to miss you.
I'm going to miss you too, sir.
I love all of you, and I'm not ashamed to say that. You know, I very much care about Carrick, though, right?
Oh, I know, and Cassie.
You know you're not going to be here. So I will raise that boy as best I can.
You do your best by him. And don't let Cassie get herself killed again. I won't be there.
I'm not sure any force in the world can stop that if she puts it in her mind, but I will try my best. I need to go, otherwise this is going to
Yeah.
keep going. And
Yeah. Sir,
yes,
it's been an honor and a pleasure. Let him pop him a salute.
been all mine. And he returns it, and James does as well. Bury some treasure for me somewhere, will you?
I'll leave you some coins somewhere.
Marvelous. And he quickly turns and just starts walking away. You can see, like, lifting his arm up, wiping his eyes with his sleeve, and he's just like taking a swig of the bottle at the same time.
I wonder if I could convince. Perhaps a special edition coin. I'll have to talk to later.
The Stenhouse Centennial coin of the Tulian Empire.
That's going to
As
confuse
long as
history,
the-
James muses.
As long as the treasurer Furmere agrees, I suppose they might be willing to mint something.
What's going to be best is she's going to get back in time, not know about this, find it, and be like, those
The fuck?
bastards."
I don't have any of these in my collection. What the fuck?
James actually turns his head back and gives you a little wave, Archie.
I just walks up and
Separated off from the scrim group, I take it.
I said goodbye to everyone I knew.
He just nods and
I don't exactly know Scrim that well beyond the whole initial
Bad
Tarnstead
things.
thing, so
Yeah, this is probably awkward for you.
yeah, less awkward, more. I know he's done better, and I know circumstances weren't great, but
You want us to take you to Tanya and Oberon then?
I can come with.
Well, do you want to see them? Won't take you if you don't want to see them.
Arjul, think we're gonna go.
But me and Telde are going to be here, so it's not like we have to go see them.
Arjul actually look a little sad. We're gonna go. I'll be honest, I don't really know them that well either.
James is going to scratch the back of his head and go, and honestly, I don't think they're the kind that need to say goodbyes.
Yeah. I think they'll be fine.
I'm not even sure the time flow really works the same for them.
Shall we wait here while everyone's
Shouldn't
making
we
their way
be
back?
meeting them in Zaha? Where's Talal?
He's in Tulia, isn't he?
Well, we need to get to Lal at least, and Hea wanted to know before they left. I don't know if they would have had the forethought to get a hold of Hea, right?
I'm sure they would.
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
It's in the list.
You were supposed to take them around, weren't you?
Who?
James.
Point a finger at James.
Oh yeah, James.
Me?
You should be the one. Yeah, you were the one that was gonna go with them. Remember? I said Carrick was used up all his magic.
Oh,
You forgot, huh?
shit. Listen, I've got a lot of information up here, and frankly, I think the Stint as Immortal has damaged me irreparably. So,
I thought
I mean,
being
for
around me
immortal
damaged
changes
you
everybody.
irreparably.
that as well. Okay.
You're not supposed to agree to that. That wasn't nice.
He's not
Well,
wrong.
I'm afraid, sister, that these are the things we're going to be saying to each other now.
Oh. You're saying that now the world's saved, the gloves come off. I see.
Oh, indeed. So you get to see the true sibling relationships amongst angels now.
Oh no.
He's embracing the demonhood.
Remember, if the Sphere of Redacted comes out,
I
run.
guess Puriel wouldn't want to say goodbye. That wouldn't be good.
I doubt
If that's
that.
the relationship you're gonna have now, do I need to teach you more swearing in
Yomiel
Giant?
probably doesn't want to say goodbye. Do you think that really lustful Lucy? You need to say goodbye to Lucy, RG.
Come along, Argy.
Okay.
I'm less worried about Lucy. I think Kaya will be angry, though.
Yeah, let's go back
I
to,
kind of assumed Hea was might have
let's
been
go
here.
back to Zaha, and we gotta find Salal anyway, but we should get Hea.
Danger's past, right?
Yeah.
Traveler, would you be willing to take us back to Julia? If that is what is desired.
Would it cause trouble getting close to the Sphinx temples again?
Yes. Right.
No, then we're not doing that.
Yeah, their problem.
It's fine. There's a door. There's a door to the Feywild. I mean, Dingus. I hold Dingus up.
The mirror.
Mimi?
Yeah. Traveler.
Yes.
I'm sad I don't get to go any farther with you. But you're amazing. And I love you.
You all have my love as well. And know that I have journeyed with you many times, and I continue to do so.
I'm glad. I hope we go many places.
Time travel's weird.
Alright, let's head back to Tulia. I'll go outside the Traveler and just hold Dingus like he's a ray gun.
Squeezes
And around base of the
slightly.
neck, legs at the back, like it's a rig.
He doesn't have front legs, so it's just hold him
Dingus
down.
forms another
Holding his
doorway.
back legs and then having other hand like at the neck.
Remember to rack him.
Yeah, I got rack
Are you
Dingus.
just, are you
Rub his
just saying
belly.
you made Dingus a pal?
You rub his belly. He goes.
Rub his belly. And then
Okay. You are all able to travel back to Tulia. Do you actually want to go into Tulia proper?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Yes, you are able to appear within the Tulian city, which the other group, were you in fact heading for the Tulian city for Talal?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
figured we'd say to have asked Tadriel to take
So
it.
as Tadriel is dropping you off in Tulia, mid-travel, because he's an angel, he seems to notice something, and he's going to drop you off near a doorway, where the rest of the party have just been like walking a little distance from it. They came out of it, started making their way, and yeah.
Hello. Imagine meeting you here.
Hey,
Oh.
we just finished our goodbyes. I rack Dingus like the weapon he is.
I told you they'd remember Talal.
Is that
good.
safe?
What?
Like, does that?
If you pull his tail, he makes portals to other worlds.
Does that mean if you accidentally step on his tail, he may send you someplace else?
Yes, out of
I
anger.
mean, it might not be an accident.
Just be afraid of the
Be
fog
kind
that
to
comes.
Dingus, for he is powerful and strong and extra
Um,
large. And I hug Dingus.
As you're standing there with James and Dadriel, they seem to look at each other for a moment, and then about 10 seconds later, there's a flattering of wings and a flapping of wings, and more as Turiel, Yomiel, Lucifer appear. And Lucifer,
Family.
I have to ask.
Mhm.
Is why am I trying? Blake suddenly a name.
Dadriel?
Cedriel there.
Not yet.
Okay, fine.
You are only
I
gonna
guess
get
the
raped on the
N-word.
way out.
Listen,
She'll have a
Sadriel's in
very
trouble, okay?
large-
Zadriel's in trouble.
Zadriel is in
That's
the
why I'm
no-no corner
asking.
right now.
Because I'd be in trouble if she was there.
And flickering into existence as well, Rick Beale. As Turiel is the first to actually come up, and she just goes directly to you, Gifton, and she gives you a tight hug.
I'm not going anywhere.
Wait, you're not?
No, I'm staying.
Okay.
I have
Her and Tam are staying, and
Eh,
Yes.
it's
Oh, it's all right then. Wait, I'm sorry. I mean, it's really sad that the rest of you are leaving, but
You're glad
That's
that that she is staying.
yes, you're
Understandable.
like friends of friends.
Yes.
I'm very sorry. And she just like stands back and looks down like, I need to shut up
just
before
kinda
I keep
gives a
being
thumbs
rude.
up. It's like, nah,
Cover
it's fair,
just
makes
like
sense.
Turiel. Just be like, you're here for me. I understand. I hold her hand.
And I am here for all of you because I know you all need to gaze upon my visage before you leave.
You
And
are-
Lucifer just like smiles smugly.
I was just goes, that's fair. Who are you again?
Oh, and he just puts his hand to his chest like, ow.
I'm being careful there. He
Yeah.
might repeat his previous performance with you.
Oh, have we done something together?
I mean, you incinerated her body.
Oh, that. I thought you were talking about something more fun. Oh, never mind.
I've already
Listen,
been looking forward to
Time travel is supposed to have like these fun secrets to share, and I could see us having a little tryst.
Oh, you mean that time you impaled Tilde?
Wait, are we
We weren't supposed to
talking
talk about that timeline.
lewdly or?
Deadly.
spear body into the air.
Oh, I'm quite sorry about that. I hope I had good reason.
That's okay. It was a
Yeah,
different
You
Tilde.
had
I
a
was just saying,
reason
don't
of
think
your
the
own
Tilde remembers.
justification.
Then no harm, no foul.
Yep.
And
Yes, no chicken.
Yomio just looks over at a lot of you and just goes, "Well, be seeing all of you eventually."
Yes.
And Turia just squints at him and goes, "You Morians do that on purpose, don't you?"
I'm
I don't know
pretty
that
sure they
they-
do.
Polite thing or a threat, but I'll take it.
I think it's all things end is
Yamiel, I hope
what Turiel is referring to.
Puriel and Kushiel are okay.
We'll be keeping an eye out for them, but thank you for doing what you did.
Actually, hold on.
Has there
You're
been
just-
any
Sorry,
development?
Looking at Lucifer and just going, why is your name not end with EL?
Why does your name not end with N? I don't know. Listen, not all of us have the ELs.
Listen, the
Some
gods
of us are just
My
stand
theory
out
is that
more
he's
and are far
original.
more special.
Out of character, have we met with a dozen other than him, by the way?
You know
Abaddon.
of an Abaddon.
Abaddon.
Yeah, but
My
that doesn't
theory is
count.
that he was originally Luciel, but didn't think it was special enough.
Yeah, Luciel.
Some of us are just too fantastic for such simple,
Luciferiel.
mundane naming conventions.
I just
What would that be if you had an EL
I'm
at the
very
end?
tempted not to stay here now. James just mumbles.
Luciferiel.
Luciferiel?
Or
Sounds
just
like a
odd.
I should name
I
my
was
kid
smiling.
Luciferiel.
And then
If you're going to do that,
inaccurate.
Luciel at the very least.
Luciel.
Luciel.
No, that
Is it
sounds terrible. Don't do
Lucifel.
that.
Lucifel.
I'll just do Lucy.
Lucifer, I don't like the sound. Listen, all of the ominous things I've heard about me being
Lucifer,
some
yeah,
kind
you
of.
don't want that.
Please, no, let's not tempt fate.
No,
Let's
no.
not.
And
Enough
Dilmio's
that-
just like staring at Lucifer as if like you are so fucking unprofessional. And to all of you, I have to thank you for the concepts and the efforts you've gone through. Things are changing for us, and that is good.
Hopefully they continue
they
to
continue
change
to
for
do
the
so.
good.
I hope so too.
And
Well.
thank you all for what you have done for us.
The
We
best
will see
goodbyes
how
are quick.
those.
So I will make my own departure here, and Yomeo just like inclines her head towards all of you respectfully.
Archie's gonna actually basically go just a minute, and she's actually going to pull off because she still has the Imor ring she was given. To can you give this back to your dad?
Certainly. And he gives you a little nod, Archie, as he takes it.
Mm.
I wish
My
you long
dad-
lives then. And he vanishes. I think he just cursed you out.
I was gonna say,
says.
I think that's actually
Yeah,
a curse
probably.
in Amorian. I don't know. Luther's not here to tell me these things. Oh, I
I'll be
miss
also
Luther.
already in weird pieces, so it wouldn't be the first time.
Okay.
I still think you look better in the leather shorts, Lucifer.
Leather shorts. I mean,
Or
I look good
leather
in
pants.
whatever I'm in.
Oh no, you're far better.
I liked Lucy when they were naked.
Well, plenty of time for that, sister.
Archie's just going to nod appreciatively. Just,
So, why are you all here?
We need to get to Lal, and they need to say goodbye to Heya.
Oh. Well, listen, I wouldn't mind saying goodbye to him. His funeral was very sweet, and, I was around when he was around, so...
He's still alive.
I know it's...
For the DM. Remember, there's two
Oh,
of them
that's-
alive right now.
That's right. Yes, it's that period. That's right.
Yep.
Yep.
They have not seen his funeral.
There's
Hopefully.
been too much back and forth.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
gonna
wait.
be dumped.
Yeah.
They're alive still. There's two of them.
And without that, it's like, he's a fine fellow. Mind if I come along?
Of course, that's fine.
Turio actually is like sort of puts a little hand up.
Yeah.
So I'm a big fan of Talal.
You should come.
Okay.
Talal is really nice. Remember last
Because
time
I'm doing my duty and watching them, she sort of shouts out.
Yeah, and all the other Watcher Angels that are out there, we love you. I don't know if they know that we care, but we do. I do anyway. They're pretty great people.
Are we like supposed to?
You hear the angel. You hear the angel radio equivalent of eye rolling.
Oh.
We are staying, so.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, and you all start to head off to grab Talal, which you find him in disguise. Not too far from like the last area you'd left him in. He just seems to have started wandering around here, enjoying himself in taverns and so on. And yeah, you find this Noel who's been gathering a lot of attention because, try as he might, he just cannot nail the Noel speech.
So everyone's just impressed how good he speaks.
How good he speaks and just how utterly educated he seems to be. So like there are people talking with him at tables and it's got a little bit of a crowd. And as you all come on in, he raises a hand and waves at you all.
Nash! It's time to go.
What?
Time to
Now?
go. Yeah.
Yes.
I remembered his fake name.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Thank you for the drinks, everybody. And yes, we won't be continuing this conversation later, but yeah, thank you. And he's just like quickly excusing himself from the table and hurrying over and goes, everything went okay?
Everything's over.
Yes.
I'm gonna offer a handout to Tol because I know he's not a really touchy person.
Oh, and he he just like takes your hand and seems to hold it for a moment, staring at it before giving you an awkward hug. He like puts himself out there.
Yeah, I do return the hug. I
Yeah.
go, it was nice getting to know you.
It's been nice getting to know you as well. I thought about you for a long time, all of you.
Well, you're going back
Glad
with
to hear.
them, so
Also,
Yes.
I know, but I just wanted to express the impact you've had on my life. And I know that you are going to help the land that I love so much.
I hope so. Look over
And
Tilde.
I am very excited for you to just get to live your life.
Yeah. And I'm excited for all the things you're gonna get to go see.
It's ooh. And that knoll tail going.
Yep.
Whoop, 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 whoop,
Yeah.
whoop, whoop, whoop.
I am going to see such fantastic things, and even as I have to leave some fantastic things behind. And he looks to you, Tilde. You
There will be.
remain the most beautiful thing I have ever seen.
He's gonna
And
see Temday on the ship, and his heart is
for
gonna
all
change.
of your visits through the years, and for the journey you tried to take me on, thank you. You will always be in my heart.
It looks like she just broke.
I never got to express it properly when back then, but I care for you deeply, Tilde. Hope you have the most wonderful life.
I shall try. And
Good.
you as well. There are so
Will.
many sights to see.
Right. So, how are we going back?
There's a teleporter in the Vermilion Tower that will take you to the Feywilds to get to Traveler. But we should
There's a
get
door.
Hea first.
Yes.
Have you got a hold of her yet?
Not yet. I was waiting to get our friend here, and maybe how busy is the area we're in?
The tavern? Or do you want to step out again?
Step outside of the tavern.
Streets are absolutely clear.
Okay. Carrick's going to
Which
say
it,
hey.
but by the way, doesn't happen in Tulia.
Yeah, I know. I
Yeah.
know. That's why I'm just praying now because
Yeah.
she's already here. But
Like you start your prayer, and she just like steps out from around a corner and goes, "You don't need to do that, Carrick."
I had a feeling, but be
You want if you want to run quick Corvus, go for it.
Yeah, thank you.
As long as I know, it's good.
Mm.
Okay, and she steps out and she looks at you, gives it just like that look of like, I understand how much this is hurting.
Yeah, Gifton's demeanor's broke. She's this is too much.
And first up, she actually comes over to Talal, and she smiles softly and she goes, "I like the disguise. It looks good on you." And he knows and goes, "Rather fond of it. Yes, it's nice." And she doesn't embrace him or anything. She just comes over and stands before him and goes, "You were always one of the proudest moments of all that I had created, and it pleases me to know that I think what they are going to show you and the life you're going to get to live is a greater reward than anything I could have given you in your death. So please, enjoy yourself, and I hope that where you're going, there will be a beautiful bustling Tulia awaiting you whenever you decide to return to us. You will always have my blessings. And I'm just like, look, immensely pleased. He's not the most pious, devout man, but like, it's his goddess.
Mhm.
And he just goes, I will do you proud, as I have now, I hope. And she just nods. And she turns to face the rest of you. I don't know how this will seem to me. The rest of the gods have had a long time to exist. These times seem small, but they still seem long to me. So, however it feels, I am going to miss you all deeply, but I will see you soon. Cassie,
Mhm.
when we meet again, why don't you come try things here again a bit?
I'll think about it.
It's no pressure to, but I want you to know that you are welcome.
Thank you.
She smiles and just goes, it might go a little easier without all the pressures on the world against you.
Always being in a time crunch.
And secrecy.
And not masquerading as one of her priestesses.
No, perhaps we can teach you some proper holy tenets this time.
Hey,
And
I
the rest
almost
of
got
you.
one.
The rest of you are more than welcome here as well. Archie, if you ever decide that you and Marissa want to have a little summer home or something, or perhaps a winter home, I suppose,
Mhm.
all of us, even if you don't want to be spending time here, I expect you to bring Echo along. She's a sweet child.
I would hope to see the Familians in the future and work with them. And of course, that being here with you and
Good.
your lads.
And Carrick, you and Talia carry my favour. And I don't expect you to return here to see me. I demand it, she says with, a soft kindness in her eyes.
I will return on both official and unofficial visits.
He's going to be a king.
I am aware, and I'm
Um,
hoping that I will have better standing in the future, and you will have the backing of deities to your claim. Divine mandate is a thing, right, for kings?
Depends on the lands, I guess. Huh?
I guess I
I remember
unfortunately.
Noran was really heavily Hevosian
Yes.
I will twist Daddy's
I'm
arm
pretty
then.
sure that you might have an in.
End of my hope is to
All
forge
hail
peace
King
between
Carrick.
all the different kingdoms, and of course that includes here. I hope you would receive us with friendship, and I could not see any other way that you would receive us. Thank you for all that you have done for us.
Thank you for all that you've done for me and my people. Shall I take you home?
I'm going to give Hey a hug.
She'll return it. Actually, like far bigger than you now. It's grown from this small child thing to basically a full adult, and for a god that is
Quite big.
quite big.
Hey, I can
Yeah.
probably still get bigger than her if I need to.
And she just like kisses the top of your head, Carrick. And okay.
Archie's gonna come over and just give a hug too, because
Yeah, she'll return it, and she just looks over at the Corvus, and Cassie offers out an arm. There's that glimmer of mischief in her eyes at you, Corvus.
And Corvus squints.
It's also amazing because Hea can continually offer out an arm.
Yeah, the hugging has not stopped with the other
Oh.
two, by the way.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and it's 2 arms each,
And the
It's
other
just
arm is
4 arms.
getting a little bit longer each time.
I
Reaching
had to
towards.
imagine just
Grabby.
slowly moving closer to Corvus. Just slowly
It's not moving,
stretching.
just the arm is getting longer.
No,
I'm saying,
no,
the
actually,
arm
the
is just
ground
like-
beneath Corvus is just slowly pulling towards Hea.
No,
there you
she actually lowers her arm, and there's a disarming smile on her face, Corvus. And then you feel her hugging you from behind.
No.
She's still in front of you as well.
Hello, other Hea.
Is Echo getting
Or
a hug?
Hea.
Echo is
say
getting
Echo
the
with
biggest
us?
of hugs. Yeah, Echo's
Aw.
with you.
When you say the biggest of hugs, we just see Echo's face.
No, we
Yes.
just see her eyes behind
Bulging.
all the tentacles.
you are a sweet and caring goddess.
And I hope I remain that way.
They will see to it.
I'm gonna make her evil.
Oh God.
Hey, actually doesn't laugh at that.
We were thinking we'd start with swear words right after
See
you
if I
leave.
can live up to the mother of monsters, Monica.
We want to go write butts on that mountain on the Brassian continent.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, we were thinking we could like just etch butts into it.
What if we naturally stone shape it so that like it feels like it's grown into a weird butts?
What if we make it look like one of the mountains is formed tits?
Hey, Carrick, do you want your grandma to live in Butts Mountain?
I'm sorry, the player.
I don't know about him, but yes, I do.
Can we make it so that the butts faces Noran?
Moons are. Well, that might make it an actual butt, so it's mooning Noran permanently.
Oh,
That's what they're talking about.
No, they're saying the
Doing to it.
word butts.
No, did you not hear stone shape it into a butt?
yeah, we could.
No, into the word butts as well.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought they
It was
the
all the
shape.
word butts. I think
It's
it's
all
all
the
the word butts.
I missed that. I thought
And
it was just the shape.
she laughs before that slowly fades. She just goes, "I'm really glad I get to have all of you as friends."
And we're glad also.
Just think, it's gonna be like a couple minutes for them, and it'll go real quick.
Yeah,
And,
they're very lucky.
Yeah,
No, we're gonna have a good time.
we are. Yeah, help me raise my kids.
Of course.
Got babies and other babies.
Oh, those ones as well. Yes.
Yeah, all the kids.
She slowly forms
Maybe
a
back
little.
on Traveler, everyone needs to check their pockets.
I
She
sure
slowly
hope so.
forms an archway. Yeah, there's a little quack from inside your pocket still. That hasn't changed.
Yeah, pat Thaldir on the head.
And then he pokes his head out and goes, oh, "Big sister Hea."
Big yeah.
Actually, that's probably the safest thing because he's probably going to latch onto her, and we won't worry about taking him to the future.
And Hea forms a doorway back to the Familian complex for you all.
Thank you.
Which Lucifer actually goes, "Well, this is where I will bid my farewell.
Bye.
I'll see you all in the future. And I'll see you soon, sister. And I don't know if we'll hang out much till day, but we'll probably see each other around."
Yes, we will definitely see each other.
What's this that you do? He looks at James and then looks at you till day. And then he makes a spear stabbing motion, winks at you, and flaps away.
Corvus shakes his head.
As he's flying away, I was just going to say just loud enough near go. So who was that strange flying handsome man?
His
He
brother.
probably appreciates that.
Couldn't you tell?
That
There's
does
the
not have
little
the same
brother, right?
catchiness as the finger guns, I'm pretty sure. That
I'll come back with you guys to the tower because I think that's where Kara and Razem are with the kids right now, and then we'll gather up.
final departures.
I'm gonna check in.
Turio is busy
See-
talking with Talal, by the way, like fangirling.
Yep.
See where Lady Gentle has wandered off to.
I think she's gone.
All right.
Let's try sending.
If
Do
yeah,
you know how to find her?
James actually scratches his head. It's actually something that little Raz and Lucy have been looking into at my request. As far as I can tell, she's... And he just like, spreads his hands off apart, gone.
Hmm.
I think she is electing to stay, as worrying as that is.
well, that's
Yeah,
going to be
anyone-
fun for you guys.
If anyone seems to be good at going to ground for that sort of thing, I think she'd probably
It's,
go for it.
It'll be the safest part for her. Yes.
So let's
I mean,
hope
I
it is
just
for
think she's probably the
good
best.
reasons.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give her sending regardless to say my farewells to her then.
All right.
He nods. What do you want to send?
Lady Gentle, Corvus, I just want to say my farewell to you and my appreciation and gratitude for who you were and what you represented. You will be remembered. Thank you.
You get a reply. It is simply all my best wishes to you. Have fun in the future, as I will in the past. And let's hope that you have a nice world to live in.
Rest of you just see Corvus kind of purse his lips a bit and just nod.
No response then?
No, I got one.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Does it mean, is she coming?
No.
Right. James just shakes his head, looks over at Talal and Turiel, shakes his head more, and steps through the portal hairs generated.
Yep.
As you all start to filter through, she actually holds you aside briefly, Gifton, and goes, I just wanted to know Ilan's okay. Imor's been spending time with him, and he's thinking about things, but he is in a better state than he was.
That's good. I'm really worried about him.
We have time to be with him, though.
Yeah.
And
We'll send that as soon as this is done.
notes and
Didn't want to bother them with all of this. I know between Morgani and
a lot.
yeah, it's a lot going on.
But I also want you to know that you are never a bother to us. Well, no more than we are to each other.
Say, don't you start lying.
Yes, actually, I think we're all quite vexed with each other a lot of the time. So maybe bother us more. It'll make you a good part of the family, huh?
Yeah.
Right. Let's go get through this pain, huh?
Yeah.
Just nods and moves through with you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. As you all appear back at the Flamirian complex, there are a few people here. The Flamirian Council, that one fucking guard.
Look how it's that one fucking guard.
Yeah. Which, judging by the very pleased look on, oh no, everybody's favorite chatty council, chatty council member, Wilhelm.
Not Will. Yeah, Wilhelm.
Yeah.
Wilhelm.
Judging by the pleased expression on Wilhelm's face, somehow, might have been him that requested he come guard out here.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
It's the jaunty way of
It's the way he's standing,
the
hands in
posing,
pockets. Yeah.
the way their eyes
said
are
it'll
lit
bounce
up,
back and
looking
forth with
back
your
and
shoulders.
forth,
Uh-huh.
watching what's happening, like looking
Yeah.
over, like, yes, see the guard, yes.
Yeah. And most of the gods haven't deigned to make an appearance, but there are a couple. For one, Orlan is there. He's just like busying himself, like kicking sand around. Very mundane behavior, almost childish. Miris is there, although quite a distance away from the others. Just seems to be watching the proceedings.
Mhm.
And Morgani's there, along with Spiri and Telsha. And as you all come through, the Fomorian Council all seem to stir a bit. What is left of them, I should say, I suppose.
Yeah, there's not
And
a little bit. They're down to.
they are down members, and with the stay behinds, it's rough for them.
Mhm.
But Otto is actually, you know what? Otto isn't really amongst the council grouping. He seems to be like circling around where Orlan is.
Mhm.
His coffin, like kicking up sand as well.
Mhm.
Seems to be enjoying this.
It's like a weird little competition between the two of them.
Uh-huh.
I don't have no idea who this angry man is, but they
Uh-huh.
like the cut of their jib.
But Fauda and Wilhelm are gonna come straight on over. And they are more reserved than some others, of course. Wilhelm less so. Wilhelm is actually going to come over and start hugging each of you in turn. Even you, Gifted and Telde, despite the fact you're staying here. It's just the time for it.
Quick, check the pockets.
And
the child packet.
And he's just going coming up and hugging me like, look me up when you get back. Yes.
Absolutely.
I am sure that I will have become even more distinguished and stylish, and you may go weak at the knees at the sight of me when you return, but I'm sure you'll be able to compose yourselves.
Of course.
And Fauda just just
Does
walking
he
on.
move the eye roll there?
Yeah, she's just following along beside him. She isn't deigning to hug, but she's offering a hand out, and just going, yes, do come visit us, and even if we are not standing on the council still, I'm hoping that you will see fit to grace us with your attention.
Of course. With all you've done for us, there's no way we could avoid, and I have a feeling I will be also coming on an official capacity, but
In official capacity.
I am going to stand and take my seat at the throne of Nuren.
Lofty. In that case, do pay us a visit before you do that. We'll give you some lessons on, well, kingcraft, I suppose you'd call it.
Etiquette?
Thank you, I will.
It goes a little beyond etiquette, I'm afraid.
Political mechanizations.
Yes. How to wield all the tools that you'll need to.
Oh, you should have Oberon counsel you on that. I'm sure they'd have lots of really great information from running, the
Miss
paperwork.
Brockman, that's an awful idea.
I'm just gonna give that. I was gonna say I'm giving the look of I don't know how to say no to her, but
How
I
to
need
put it
to.
bluntly.
I figured she would, but I can't just say straight.
I mean this with the kindest of intentions. Fey courts are insanity.
Yes. Nobles are crazy.
And she actually takes a moment and looks at you, Corvus, and goes, you in particular, do come and see us. I expect we can be of some guidance.
I will. I have intentions. Morgani has graced me with potential, I suppose.
And you, Echo, you are welcome to come use our telescopes anytime you please. And Echo actually like, ooh, at that.
Nice.
And they just give you a polite acknowledgement, and they step off to their building. At this point, Orlan is actually going to notice they're leaving, as Otto actually does as well, and starts to depart. Orlan kicks some sand after Otto as Otto leaves, makes a very rude gesture, and comes marching on up to the group. Right then, okay, so you're staying, little sister?
Yeah.
Can you convince her? And he sort of inclines his head towards Cassie.
What's that? Sorry.
She don't want to stay?
No.
Yeah. All right then. I'll hit you up when you pop back up then. Yes.
Not if I hit you first.
Yeah. He stares at you for a brief moment, scratches the back of his head, and goes, "I'll be honest, Miris told me I had to come down here and say my goodbyes, but I'm now starting to think that this is just to create an awkward situation."
I
So,
mean, I can make it even more awkward, Grandpa.
If you do go to hit her, please don't hit her in my tavern again.
Look, if you want to make it awkward, you call him Daddy.
But he's not my dad.
So
He could be.
My
Grandpappy?
He could
listen,
be.
you misstep like that, it'll be some real sand in your face, and there's a sudden kick. And a lot of sand coming your way, Cassie.
Ground
Son
sand.
of a...
And with that
Cass-
said, are you kicking back?
Oh, yeah.
All right, there's a big flurry of sand. It was just horrendous for everybody at that point. And
That
amidst
poor
the flurry,
guard.
he vanishes. Orlan departs for the heavens.
that is cheating.
Which you can see Miris in the distance, just sort of like making a little clapping motion.
I'm gonna wave at Miris.
Miris waves back,
Give thumbs
waves
up.
to you all.
Was that like a wave goodbye or like a wave hi or like?
Probably a
what-
wave
Hard to
goodbye.
tell.
Hard to say.
Okay, I'm just gonna wave back.
Are you just going to casually make the come here motion?
Miris is going to like look to one side of them, look to the other, look over their shoulder, and then do the "who me" motion, despite there being no one else there.
Yes, the nod, yes,
and then Miris is gonna do the no, you come here, I'm the god motion.
Miris is going to like put their head on their hand, seems to think about it for a second, and then just flips over backward off the cliff, just from the sitting position, falls.
That's one of the interesting ones. I've had people avoid a conversation with me.
Tap on your shoulder, Argy.
Archie will turn around and look.
No one there.
I gotta remember that. James, remind me, I can throw myself off cliffs to get away from conversations.
You're supposed to just take a punch at that.
And I'm trying not to be that rude yet.
Morgani's actually walking up now, scowling a little bit and going, "My sibling is being an awful bore. My apologies, Argy."
Yeah,
Gonna
it's kind of
give
be expected. It's going to be a bit of a butt.
Half bow for Morgani, respectfully.
She just like waves her hand, like, "I'm tired of trying to address how much you're supposed to show due respect. Don't care anymore."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm still showing her respect because I care.
And
Yep,
she
I'm gonna full bow too.
and Telsha and Spiri are following behind, and Spiri's like putting their hand up, going, "See, not evil. Didn't do anything bad."
Yet.
Listen,
Don't give 'em a
a
yes.
person can't say the same their entire lives.
No, they can't. And
That's-
people do evil things, but that doesn't make them evil. It happens. It'll be okay.
Speaking of either things happening or not happening, I am hoping that when you all see me again, I will be in a good state.
I think you
We
will
all-
be.
You will be.
I am also making a pledge. I know that in my inattentiveness and in my prejudices and insanity, Hexenreich became something not great. I will do my best to make sure that does not happen.
We look
I can
forward
deal with these two
to.
people who'd appreciate it.
Yes.
Mm. And I am hoping that you'll forgive me for any missteps I make along the way. Because we are flawed beings and not perfect. And that's venom coming from her mouth.
Isn't that wonderful?
No. and the spirit's nodding, even with Morgani's reply. And Morgani just gives you all a respectful nod of the head and goes, then until I see you again.
Yes. Thank you again for your assistance also with everything. We definitely couldn't have gotten here without you.
Of course, I am invaluable.
See you again.
And they actually don't just depart magically. They walk into the Familiarian complex as if they have something to attend to there. Telsha and Spree left behind. Spree letting out a little whistle of, yeah, we'll try and soften Mother up a bit.
She is a lot new, different things happening. I understand being where she is.
I mean, I'll be honest, that's already way softer than she was at first.
It's true. And maybe we can ask the emotional to give some of what she was given back because, oh boy. So, happy times reunited with our family. I thank you all for that. And I would like to offer each of you a boon or blessing of your choice.
Who is this?
This is spiritual.
Oh.
Would you let me into your hearts? And they smile broadly.
Unfortunately, I do not believe that will work for me again after what has been done.
And I think they are joking, Telsha says, like staring at Spiritual, who just like puts their hands to the heart and goes, I mean, only somewhat. If they wanted me, I'd gladly be with them. But they just like wave their hands. They're like, I know. Telsha then just shakes her head and looks to all of you and goes, yes, thank you for all of your assistance. It's been invaluable.
It is yours.
If we do end up with a land, whatever we make it into, you will be welcome.
Thank you. And you better end up with one. There's no reason for you not to.
Indeed.
Unless you all deem not to want one in the end, of course.
Also, my sister wishes to mate with you when you return, Carrick, so be aware of that, please.
Which one?
Lucky you getting fuck more dragons.
She's there staring at you, Gifton, like, are you kidding me?
Spirit?
No.
Very like just waves her hand like, eh.
I believe you're referring to the emotional.
Yes, she is quite taken with you, and when she becomes quite taken with somebody, it is to a heavy extent.
And she's gonna have to wait. Oh my gosh.
That's gonna be
Waiting
some
is something we're very
frustration.
good at. But yes, you do have her entire near lifespan to deal with on pent up frustration, so.
Yes.
My only words of advice to you are survive.
When we
Until we
get
meet
back,
again.
you want to make sure that the clerics are on standby.
I will do, as Spirit says.
This reality is going to be ruled by dragons.
Have you looked around? It already is.
Yeah.
There's an irony in there somewhere, considering what happened with us, but Mental just like puts her hands up in like, what can you do? And
strongest military force on the planet in our time, who are kind of ate itself inside out because they all went crazy.
no,
I hugged Dingus.
not that. Mimi?
You want to go see Morgani inside?
That's head bobbing, rapid head bobbing.
Mm-hmm.
Dingus is gonna like climb and flap, like he alternates between climbing down, taking off, hitting the ground, running a bit, flapping up into the air, sand, landing again.
He's chasing after where Morgani went.
Yep.
Yep.
And Telsha and Spiritual will also say their goodbyes and head on over to where Morgani went, following Dingus.
Mhm.
Right. Well, James says, I suppose this is it, isn't it?
Yep.
Ah,
Shall we escort you all back to Traveller?
please.
Our ride just ran off after a large dragon god.
That's fine. I'm here.
I mean, we saw the door and the other thing. Things are gray.
Oh, well, fine. I guess I won't. Okay.
Can you go?
I
Hmm.
Giffen
I think it'd be nice to
will
have for the group to
us.
have one last trip.
Yes.
No, if everybody
Please,
minds
Gifton.
joining hands.
Uh,
Yep.
Gifton,
James and Echo will take hands.
Uh,
Ah,
oh no, where are they taking them?
Archie
Sorry.
will take one of Gifton's.
So Carrick.
Corvus.
You'll form a ring.
Yes.
And
around,
Everyone starts singing and dancing.
Well,
Kumbaya.
Ring around the posies.
I like how y'all would
I-
never have.
All right.
I still had a
Mario
level 8 spell,
Simon.
so I'm casting that
Uh-huh.
to use plane shift on everybody.
Okay.
So here we
All right. You are able to plane shift everybody to the Feywild. As you arrive there outside Traveller, actually directly outside Traveller, for once.
Mhm.
Oberon and Titania are in fact waiting there. And Titania's like just waiting patiently, hands together, poised, looking such an elegant lady. Oberon is like reclined on a log, looking like a lout. He's like just making like this little thorny branch grow that way. And when you all appear, he sort of rolls off the log, tumbles on the ground up to his feet, and goes, "Oh, yes, marvelous! You're all here to say your fondest of farewells to me and my dear lady, because you would have come seeking us, naturally, but we thought it would be kind to deign to give you our presents anyway, not make you go looking."
Thank you.
Appreciate the Feywild. Scary.
I'm gonna go take my place over by Titania and Oberon.
Titania actually like just places a gentle hand on your shoulder, and she just leans down and goes, "Figured you could use emotional support from family."
Thank you.
And as you do that, they basically flank either side of you, which, yeah, big Fey Lords, little Gifton. And Oberon does a flourishing bow to the group of you, and then sort of like motions you tell Day, and then at James like, "Don't stand in the group I'm bowing to. This is a farewell bow. Move out of the way."
No, off the side, please.
gonna awkwardly
Right.
sidle out.
James awkwardly sidles out as well. Oberon repeats the bow to the group of you and goes, "I hope you have the calmest of journeys and the longest of lives, and that your destination is absolutely wonderful. And remember to make offerings at your local woods."
Of course. Then Thank you for all the assistance you have helped us over the time, and we hope to see you, all of you, very soon.
Yes. I can't promise that we will be the same when you see us again, notwithstanding the memories and changes. It is our way to change and play new
Yes.
roles.
Understandably.
But if you ask for Gabriel, I will make sure to attend.
Thank you very much.
And Titania actually just gives you all a soft smile and just goes, safe journeys.
Thank you. I have a feeling we may need them. Just time is a bumpy road, it seems.
And she looks down at you, Gifton, and goes, okay, we'll be here if you need us.
We'll meet again. Don't know where. Don't know when.
And,
I
and
know we'll meet again some sunny day.
James is going to come up behind you, Gifton, and just wrap his arms around you, hold you back against his chest.
Keep smiling through, just like you always do. Till the blue sky drives the dark clouds far away.
As she sings, Traveller's doors open.
And would you please say hello to the folks that I know? Tell them I won't be long. They'll be happy to know that as you saw me go, I was singing this song.
Echo squeezes your hand, Corvus. And just she looks at the gift and gives her, a kind little smile.
Mm-hmm.
Corvus will breathe in sharply, push his shoulders back, holding Echo's hand, and tentatively release it as he puts his hands to his side and bows.
Gifton will bow as she continues to sing the song.
And Echo will wave to you, and she'll head on to Traveller.
Farewell, little light.
We'll meet again.
And Corvus, you move to join Echo.
Yep.
Don't know where. Don't know when. But I know.
It is very hard to compose myself to try to say it.
Right.
I start to cry again.
Sorry, I'm trying.
Artie's gonna break from the group, run over, and just bear hug Gifton.
Gift is just gonna keep singing and give you a hug, but she just keeps singing the song. She's like clinging on to that.
This is the thing she could do.
Her eyes are bright green right now. They are just freaking glowing green.
Artie's going to quietly say, thank you for helping me become the person I am. I'm sorry I left. I'm sorry I neglected the family that I'd found, or the family I'd chosen, or the family I'd found. Just one more tight hug, then let's go. Hands up. And
Echo had the foresight to actually go and fetch Marissa, who is waiting for you at the doorway. and just pulls you in.
Hmm. That's a whole different conversation to have.
Good grief.
Cassie, Carrick.
Cass is going to nudge Carrick forward.
Stitch.
Yeah,
Carrick's
I'd
gonna.
have been first.
Carrick's gonna come over to Gifton and actually pull a box out of his bag. I can make another one, and he's gonna put it down in front of her.
Gifton's gonna glance at the box. She's still
It's
struggling.
the-
She's kind of caught in this song that's holding her together.
It's the tarot deck of everybody. So you always remember us. He's gonna give her a hug, and it's not gonna be the same without you there, but hopefully you will be back.
Gifton hugs you
Do we get there?
very tightly, and she starts changing the song a little bit because I thought of one that would be a slightly better for this. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. These sunny days that I thought would never end. Sweet days I thought I'd find a friend, but I always thought that I would see you.
You will.
Thank
I know you will be there.
Thank you all. Now please go before I run out of tears. And my ears shrivel up and fall off.
There's a fake squid on James's face of like, where did that bit come from?
Eric's gonna
That's what
stand
happens if you cry too much. Your ears fall off.
Eric's gonna walk into Traveler.
Cass is going to walk up and get to her knees to look Gifton in the eye.
What? Why is everybody crouching down on top of me? I don't get this. You're only 6'2".
Hey, I still got to crouch down.
Archie didn't crouch. She just bear
I
hugged
thought
you.
you were in regular
You're the
form
shortest
right now. Or you're
one!
actually in human form right now.
I'm in human form. In human form.
Oh,
Like,
Okay,
not the
I thought, you
shortest
were
one.
tiny, I thought you were
Then
tiny,
yeah,
Gifton.
then I wouldn't have crouched
I
then.
haven't been tiny gifted since like before we went to
Listen,
space.
it's a perception filter. You just feel the universe niche of small, so
Gifton's
Oh,
just
you see,
doesn't
the problem
understand.
is
Everybody's just
the
crouching with her. so
Feywild-
How is she the smallest one when she has a ring
it
on?
makes sense with the Goliaths, but the rest of you assholes, it's just rude.
Well, the GM said tall Feylords, small you, so I thought you
Yeah,
meant small
they're
one.
like
Listen.
14 feet tall.
But then it's just normal gifted, not small gifted. That
Anyway,
was
hi
my
Cassie.
misunderstanding.
Gifton. And Cass is going to wipe the tears away. I'm going to miss you. And I'm going to leave you with one last steel shod saying, and this came from my father. A smile better suits a hero.
No.
And she's going to kiss Gifton on the forehead, wave, hug her, and then walk inside.
You waved and then hugged me. Should have hugged me and then waved.
Well, I'm dyslexic.
You're dyslexic. You do things out of order. Cassie,
Right.
learn to regret. It's good for the soul.
Actually, it's a very small thing before Archie does go in as a wreck. She's stopping at Telday, taking off the cloak of displacement and pulling out the ring of free action and handing them both to him.
no, don't put that curse on me.
I will take these things.
I'm taking off my ring of Fey invisibility, and I'm gonna go press it into Echo's hand.
A ring.
It's magic. It makes butterflies appear.
Oh, thank you. Want to marry
Oh.
Corvus?
We can get married instead. That's okay.
Okay.
All right. We're married now.
Goodbye, wife.
Goodbye, wife.
The ship that has been secretly sailing for
Gecko, goodbye.
She hugs tight. And James gives one last finger guns towards Corvus. While the traveller chimes, alerting you all it's time to go.
The refrigerator's angry. We left the door open. Ding, ding, ding.
Bong!
Ding.
light turns
Bong!
off.
Refrigerator hates us.
And as Gifton steps on back, the doors of the traveller close. And those inside, you hear Traveller's voice saying, "Are you all prepared to depart?"
As prepared as I can be.
Proceed.
Then,
Serdad, who's standing in the one room for the memory thing?
Yeah.
mhm,
Well, it's everybody in Traveler counts.
yeah,
Yeah.
I need 2 of you to assist in activating the paradox machine.
I'll
Both of
go.
us will go.
Oh.
Okay. So who's going? Carrick and
Yes.
Think Cass.
I guess, yeah.
okay. Both of you move over, and Traveller will direct you in setting up a device that wires in to their main console. You have to wrap it around the entire unit rather forcefully, working some of the mechanisms in the Traveller. Metal spikes, piercing into some of the more organic components. And Traveller, sounding a little pained, goes, "That is all that is required. If you would kindly activate the destination I have set, and then brace yourselves for travel."
Yes,
Hmm.
Traveler, and thank you for everything. Eric will go and activate it.
Outside, Telde, Gifton, James, Oberon, and Titania watch as Traveller seems to phase out of existence, leaving an empty space. Although Oberon seems to be looking at the spot a little quizzically.
What's the matter?
It's like it's still here, just not.
Huh. Traveler did say that they're everywhere at once, kind of thing.
Oh. This shall be Traveller's Grove then.
Yeah.
And Titania is actually going to step in front of you, Gifton, and she crouches down a bit because she is very tall.
Yeah, she is very tall.
And she's
actually
just going
tall.
to pull you into her arms.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna just hug into her and let a little sob escape.
You are able to stay there with them for a little bit, getting your emotions out, although the pain of seeing your friends depart will not be fast fading. But eventually, you travel home with James, and you are greeted by gods. Thankfully, Ilan is there, who, while dishevelled looking, just gives you a sad smile. And you are pulled into their fold, given comforting words, although long live beans, you know there's a sense of detachment, not understanding, but thanks to the pain they've been through with their own family, they at least understand enough to try and offer help.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the start of your life in Julia. you and Karen and the children and Razem are able to go back to that large building that Tears provided, although that frantic need for approval, is this okay? Is this what you want? Do you want to be somewhere else? Or constantly coming from her.
Mhm.
So you're able to situate yourselves as you wish. Do you want to live within the city? Do you want to live apart from it?
I'll live where she set up. Yeah.
Okay.
I like being part of the
Telday,
community.
you are also offered residence if you wish, although the Fomirians seem a bit more insistent that you come stay with them. But you're not beholden to anybody, whether you dwell, whether you travel.
I am at least initially going to start to stay with the Mary, so I want to help them get further set up.
Okay. In that case, your lives here begin. Telday, you are able to spend your time helping the Fomirians set up. This magical mansion is not exactly a home. Here lends some builders, and they leverage their own magical might into starting to build a proper home here. It takes years, but they have all the time in the world as far as they're concerned. And it's not long until they have the basics of buildings, and they've already started to try and mingle with local community. Familiar delegations appearing in Tulia, them even allowing visitations and so on, trying to make themselves seem open. And you were able to help organize and integrate, and especially with the Vermirian Warforged that came along, able to meld these communities together. You are repeatedly offered a seat on the council, a permanent seat, if you so choose to take it. Do you ever take it?
I will take it and claim that I am taking it as a temporary measure.
Okay, then acting councilman Telday.
For the next 3,000 years, right?
Uh-huh. It's a long time getting familiar to even a glimmer of its former self. Hundreds of years. You're able to keep in contact with Gifton, watching her raising her family, her kids. And before long, it feels like Faramir is a stable place. It is functioning. It is, well, itself again, albeit in a different location. Do you want to stay there, or would you like to travel?
I am going to travel, saying I'm working to build up relationships for Faramir and maybe take some others with me, but
Okay.
I will travel for a bit.
In that case, you and Wilhelm
Oh my.
will be a travelling duo for a while. Morgani's land is the first that you go to establish another Fomirian outpost, at least introduce yourselves to locals, get them used to the idea, as Morgani has already offered such a place to be. Then Imor's lands. Soon, air quotes, soon, you and Wilhelm have been to each and every place, each land, including a new continent that is created. A continent under the jurisdiction of the first, and under their control. If they wish others to visit it, they can. If they wish it to be forbidden, that is theirs. One of the declarations they make is all dragonkind is welcome there, no matter where they hail from. And that is how it is to be at first. A closed land, but you are given special allowance. They at least want some ties with Faramir, considering Telsha actually travels out and spends a lot of her time there. Seems she has found like minds. And there's Dracoliches, of course. Speaking of which, A couple of thousand years pass, Telde. Your body is actually starting to feel it, worn. Some basic maintenance helps, but this is rougher this time round. It's on making your way back to Tulia, stopping in at a port and just sitting idly by, letting your body rest while Wilhelm goes and sorts out transport. That you see something, or rather hear it first. A familiar voice, or a long distant memory. The Fomorians have taught you how to retain memory better, to keep it fresh in your mind. Sometimes you have to fault it and record it, but they have ways of dealing with this kind of thing. And so you're able to recall clearly as you hear the voice of Melinda, laughing, joking, speaking in Tulian. And you look around, and not far off, sitting at a table, apparently sharing refreshments with a couple of gnolls, is this humanoid figure. But you recognize her from her prior rule here, the humanoid face of Ursentil, the tyrant. Just sitting, laughing, having what likes to be coffee. It's, oh, yes, this would be around the time she existed.
I forget. There is an economy, right?
There is, and this time round, Tulia is flourishing. It is not the scattered, broken empire that it was during this time period. It has a solid economy, many cities now. And you are on a coin standard at this point.
I'm going to attempt to slyly buy some drinks for those at the table, but I'm otherwise going to stay away.
Okay. You slightly try to buy drinks for them, and they do arrive for the table. And while you were sly, the waiter is not. Just pointing
The
over at you
waiter-
when you're
yeah.
questioned.
Yeah, they did that.
And it doesn't happen immediately. You see her continuing to talk to these two gnolls before someone excusing herself. And then this dragon woman comes up to you. She looks somewhat elven, pointed ears, humanoid features, but long curling horns, pair of wings, a draconic tail, rather pale skin, which is a stark difference here in Tulia. Black haired, but she's wearing the appropriate garb, looks deserty, very cool, refreshing. And she just comes and takes a seat at the table and sort of puts her hand on her chin on her hand and just goes, buying me drinks, are you?
I'd heard tales of you. I thought I'd show my respect.
She gives you a quizzical look, looking amused by that. Tales of me? Local speaking. I've been here a couple of weeks. I suppose it would catch some attention.
I only just arrived in this area. I've been traveling myself.
You're kind of a famous face, though. You're Telde, right? Fomorian ambassador? Man of iron?
Well, not exactly.
My great-grandmother still talks about your visit to our lands.
I am going to take a page out of Lucifer's book
Mm-hmm.
and appear wounded by the great grandmother.
She just grins at you, and you can see there's that familiar, like, sharpness to her. She is much the same Melinda, but absence of, well, hurt, anger, regret, insanity. She's young here. And she just leans forward and goes, well, I imagine you know this place well.
I've spent some time here.
Care to show me around a bit?
Certainly. I'm at your service.
And thus begins your time with Ursentil. This time round, no fractured land to take over, but herself apparently back home in a healthier position. No drive to conquer, no need for it. It's a little strange when Wilhelm returns and sees her, the man sputtering and very unable to keep his composure once he realizes who this is. But he doesn't bring up what he knows, just introduces himself smoothly, and is more than happy with the idea of her coming along for things. You spend a lot of time with Ursentil. Hundreds of years she remains in Tulia, save the occasional departure of you to other lands, going into a bit of a diplomat herself. A bit harsher, unpracticed, but she certainly helps when returning to more draconic lands. She never really seeks to integrate herself fully into Faramir. She actually seems to enjoy the Knoll cities out here more, the Knoll tribes having grown into their own state, plenty mingling into the Tulian proper, but they've always been their own people. And she's likely the closest you come to being in actual love with somebody. She certainly seems to be affectionate of you, although there's a playful bitiness to it. She likes to jab and jibe. It feels a lot like how it used to be. And she is heartbreak when she dies long before you. A good 800 years old. She passes away in her sleep. Just some draconic illness taking her. She never sought to be resurrected, never sought to live on, didn't have that obsession, that insanity. She is happy to have lived. And her last moments were spent with you. What does Telde do after she departs?
He's gonna go away for a while, especially not staying in Faramir area.
Mm-hmm. I think in your wanderings, you'll be visited by a huntress and her hound. Oberon and Titania finding you and offering what comfort they can. And it's in this time that a subject that's come up repeatedly during Faramir's existence, the Warforged there. There's of course a curiosity in how you're made, how it could be recreated, but trying to find a method that isn't harsh is difficult. But this could be broached with Oberon and Titania, and in conversations it comes up. And they let you grieve, they let you have your time, but distractions are helpful, and the start of work on this will last a long time. Eventually, you are able, with their help and your learnings from Faramir, come up with a method. There is a way to create a mechanical body and have a Fae willingly inhabit it. Give them a different experience, a way to walk outside of the bounds of the Feywilds or the Borderlands and live a life different from what they know. The idea of losing oneself isn't terrible to them. They have the concept of the masquerade already, so becoming something else for a while, well, that's just a little bit of fun, isn't it? You have this knowledge, this capability. Do you actually want to employ it?
Yes. I'm going to, as we try to go forward with that, I'm going to kind of cling to that bit that Traveler had shown me of the possibilities, the other options of other forms of Warforged, and yes, about that ability to willingly do it and kind of strive for that.
Then it's a good 100 years after the passing of Earth until that you find yourself setting foot back in Faramir, accompanied by Oberon and Titania, discussing with Fauda the possibilities, what you're going to do. And it comes up, the four of you round a table. Oberon actually just sort of perks up, and Oberon these days seems more composed, a little more comfortable in himself, and he just looks over and goes, Warforged seems a wholly inappropriate name now.
Yes, I suppose it is inaccurate.
Hmm. So, what would it be instead? Might I suggest Oberon born? And Titania just like slaps his arm. Bayforged?
Fighter of the night, man.
Champion of the sun.
Alas, I don't think I thought of this. I seem to be lacking ideas.
But perhaps they deserve to name themselves.
Yes, that is appropriate.
And with that, you'll begin to get to work. It takes another 10 years, short in your time span, before the apparatus are ready. A way for Fae to step into the mortal world, clad in bodies of metal and other substances. This has gone beyond just that. They could walk in, bodies of manufactured wood. They could walk in stone. They could walk in whatever. It's simply importing Fae into a structured substance. Nice. Bye, Gifted.
Bye.
And as you watch, as maybe not exactly your race, but something close, something better, something kinder is born into the world, to feel a sense of satisfaction. And you're able to continue your duties and your journeys, looking for the day that time rolls back round again. And then we go to Gifton.
Yep.
The early days are hard, Gifton. It's hard to settle down. There's a lot of things happening, so many talks with the gods, so much hubbub of what are we going to do. It's easy to say we're going to live a normal life, but actually coming off of a grand adventure and settling down into that takes some doing. You have friends there to help you. James, Lucifer pops in, Turiel pops in, Gadriel is a frequent visitor. Telday makes the occasional visit, as his duties allow. And close by for Mirians means that Wilhelm is a frequent tea guest. And Razem knows the land decently enough to try and get you acclimated, settled in. There is the talk of your children. as the first year goes by and you still have a rather large baby bump, it might raise some mild concern.
Mhm.
But after the second year, as things are going by, you suddenly feel it. Strange sensation. And after a relatively easy birth, you have your new children with you. 6 demigods introduced to the world.
Oh.
It is not the most private event. Heya, Mairi, Tamari are all there. Mairi makes an excellent midwife, thankfully. Razem, of course, lending her a hand. Care sort of like pacing and being entirely unhelpful nearby. Coming over, grasping your hand, freaking out a bit.
Care's having like flashbacks of when the 12 were born. And, but more or less, there needs to be a contingent of people keeping him from fainting.
Yeah. But you also know the gods aren't there just to make this an easy event. There is the concern of what kind of powers will be on the fly when they are brought into the world. Will we have to suppress something? Will we have to do something?
Mm-hmm. I'm sure that I was probably not in Tulia Prime when this happened because of concerns.
No, you would have been taken off to a nice private thing. In fact, I think Ilan volunteers.
I was going to say I would have wanted to go to Ilan's continent for this because Ilan's kind of the papa for most of them.
Mm-hmm. And you are taken to Ilan's land for this. But they are born with ease. It's really easy, actually. It's almost divine.
It's like a blessed event.
And Gifton, would you tell us the names of your children?
Oh no, this is the one thing I didn't have open still.
Mm-hmm.
I know that there is yes and no. Yes and no. There is Melodil, Nist, oh my god, Banrail, and gonna have to dig for the other two because I had them on a sheet somewhere, and I thought that I didn't have to say them again, but yeah.
Yeah, the M's not the only one that gets put on the spot for things.
I know. It's evil when you do this to me, though. It's not evil when I do it to you. I help you. Ah. Do you know how many folders I have that are text files that this could be? This is evil.
At least you may have a better naming system than you.
It's Nist. Yeah. It's Nist, Luja, Banrail, Melodil, Yesano, and Kivitra.
Okay.
All right. And I will type those if people need them.
And your children seem quite normal. There's divinity there. The other gods can tell. You can tell at this point, Gifton. But it seems almost suppressed, contained, as if something they have to grow into to access. And so it is with great joy to you that they are able to lead proper lives, grow up, be kids. Your other children are, of course, over the moon about having new little brothers and sisters. More than happy to have a larger family. Living in Tulia has sort of made that a conceptual norm, along with brownies tending to large families anyway. Just here they survive.
Do so much better in safe areas. It's weird.
It is after some curious examination and checking on both you and your new children that it's going to be Talan that pulls you aside one day to talk to you. And just goes, I think I know how this works.
What do you mean?
Your divinity, their divinity. I think for them, it will come when they feel ready, when they choose to ascend, to join us.
Oh, okay.
I think you could do so as well, but I think for you, it is leaving the mortal coil. Imor's better at this. I think you will join us when you have lived.
Gibson has that really confused look on her face, like, what? No, I'm supposed to use up this doing something. I just got to figure out what it is still, right?
I don't think you are using anything up. Oh yes, I must cover that. Yeah, Gifton. Backtracking a little bit because I'm a bad DM.
Yeah.
You had actually assisted in the echo stabilization.
Mm-hmm.
Towers distributed amongst the Feywild. Little. Actually, would Gifton, at the prospect of finally going to go see Hell, want that idea? Is that a good thing? She was curious about it.
I'd go.
Yeah, well, you gotta go, I'm afraid.
Mhm.
Just what is Gifton's reaction to that? Yes, even some towers placed in Hell.
I'm wearing my swimsuit down there. It's hot. I
Wonderful.
don't want to wear too many layers.
Yes.
Geez, tempting all those people who are down there for lust.
Mm-hmm.
Helping with these towers in Hell. A fragment of each of your companions contained within them,
Mm-hmm.
and your power poured into each, but not consumed, just added.
Okay.
And as Talan's talking to you, at this point, oh my dingus, new babies. Dingus is so overjoyed, doting.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, a little problematic. He keeps trying to like steal them.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
That's what you did with the other kids. So.
Yep. Yeah, you might have been better prepared for it this time.
Mm-hmm.
To make sure the dingus nest is accessible.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Talan just shrugs his shoulders a bit and goes, I can't promise when they will be ready, but you, I wouldn't force it, sister.
A lot can happen before then. Who knows? But I thank you for
Who
telling
knows?
me.
No. Thank you for making our family grow.
They are beautiful, aren't they?
They are. It's strange. And you like Talan doesn't smile particularly often, but he has the biggest grin on his face. He's enraptured by them.
It's good for Haya too. She's not the only kid.
She gets to be a big sister to more than your little brat, he says with some fondness. He is being climbed on, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like saying that with them able to hear, Faldir now much bigger, actually just like pokes his tongue out at him.
Oh man, this been 2 years. They might actually start.
Yeah, they
getting
are
some
large.
wings.
Yep.
Their wings.
Oh
might
yeah,
have feathers on them now.
they're the little flappers now.
Mm.
But yes, your family grows, and finally, life does actually start to feel normal. Your parents open up a tailoring business here in Tulia, which is it's a thing. They have to adjust to like the way Tulians do stuff, but they get to work with very good materials, and the Driders are very friendly and accommodating. Razem kicks up a fit because she can't get her forge back. Like somebody else has that now and works there, so she has to open up a new one. And basically every week you hear the location is just not as good.
It's not a great place.
Yeah. So Care and Razem open up their smithy.
Mm-hmm.
What would Gifton like to do
That's gonna
in her early days?
spend time being a mom because
Yeah, you'd be at home mum.
I have shirked responsibility of raising the children by being an adventurer for a long time. I'm gonna stay home and be a mom. Occasionally that means that the kids and I are gonna magical fucking school bus this, and without nearly as much trauma as we go. Hey kids, let's spend the afternoon in Miris's continent, or we'll go see Lady Oberon at Titania because we can go places. So we will go places, and we'll go see Titania and Oberon, and we'll go see Miris's continent, and we'll go see Ilan's continent. Ilan's continent gets me yelled at every fucking time, but Care.
Between little lunchtime trips of her own with her kids and little family vacations, Gifton's able to see most of the world. Auntie Oberon and
Uncle Titania
and Uncle Titania, or the other way around. Sometimes it depends what kind of mood they're in. They're fairly frequent visitors. You get to watch as Oberon gets better. Oberon gets more at peace with himself, both for what he's done, who he was, and accepting the memories of Gabriel.
Do we ever get to the towers?
You do get to the towers. They are shining bright and are having an effect on the Feywild. They seem to calm the areas around them, and any Fey that wishes to dwell near them permanently, they do start to remember things. They start to regain what they might have been before. They don't really lose their identity. It's another life in their memories.
It's like they read a book and they know that what's in it now.
And it's through that way that you're actually able to rediscover some of the old cultures from Lodasil's lands. What the Glyas were before, what her people believed. What you choose to do with that information, it's up to you.
I'll pass it on.
Yeah.
I'll teach it to the kids.
Any visits to Scrim, he treats as a utter nuisance, but you know he'd be hurt if you didn't go see him.
Oh, I go see Scrim, and I bring the family, and I always
he yells at your kids often. They love it. Rinsin is enraptured by Goliath culture, by the way.
Well, I get my kids a hearty Goliath education. I keep telling Scrim that my kids don't know how to be. I bring them to the Goliath people.
And as it goes for all families, you get to watch your kids grow up. And eventually, they start to scatter themselves. They start to go off to lead their own lives. Faldir stays somewhat close to home, within Thule at least. He becomes a bit of what they call a guide, a protector. He doesn't like people much. It's always been a bit reclusive, doesn't like dealing with them. It's not shy, just people are annoying. So going off into the wilderness and making sure that the various beasts out there aren't booming in too much number, threatening establishments, getting to live in the wild lands, getting to be on his own. It's not exactly a surprising path for him. He still pops back on occasion, paying visits, growing in such a rugged young man. Druval actually never quite fit in. She was a quiet child, keeping to herself, her little songs, just like out in the dirt, in the fields, and not so much playing with the others. It doesn't really shock you when she tells you that she wants to go to Ilan's continent. She wants to learn about the druids there. She wants to be amongst the wild.
Mhm.
She doesn't come home as much. You more have to go see her. But she doesn't hide. She's just living amongst the wild, happy there. Azul follows up on the family business, the tailoring side. He takes up the tailor shop after your mother and father retire themselves, and does it with a bit more flair than they did. Likes to put on like little after closing hours performances, playing instruments, singing songs for clientele. He turns it into this entire presentation. The little dandy man. Ricky, the shyness never really went away. Unlike Faldir, who just didn't like people, Juval, who was like, I like the world better. Ricky just didn't fit in. It's like the entire world was a little bit wrong. She was happy enough. She had a nice childhood, but there was something missing for her. Something that always went away when you made your visits to the Feywild to see Oberon and Titania. And talking about this with Oberon and Titania, that they suggest, well, why doesn't she just come live there? It's easy for you to get to. It's easy for her to make trips back. Dinkus's land, more than open to her, as would any of their lands be. So while she doesn't quite become Fey, she does live there with them. She makes friends with some nice dryads who are understanding of her quiet nature. And she just gets to have a bit of peace around her with prettiness and not the wild struggle survival that Faldir does or the survival of the fittest that Juval does. She just gets
peaceful
nice peace and
flowers.
quiet. Yeah.
She gets the garden.
Yeah. Now, Arjudin, Melina, and Sequilin, they stay together. Always do. Throughout their entire lives. They are forever the bossy trio. They are forever self-assured. And they, much like Ricky, quite enjoy the visits of Oberon and Titania, that lordship, that stature. They're certain that they have that nature inherited in them. So when they grow up, that continues. And after some little bits of travel, trying to figure out what they want to do, you essentially have a veritable trio living near the Fey borderlands, using Fey magic and trickery to their advantage. They're not the nicest of people. They're not nasty, but Gifton, you always feel like you could be. I don't entirely approve, as your three daughters essentially become a trio of witches.
That's fair. They can form a coven. That's all right.
I was just saying, oh no, did we just have the first
hags?
Uh-huh.
Oh, goodness.
I'm vaguely insulted the one who was named after me.
Thomas became a smith, something Care is very, very proud of. Although Thomas jokingly teases his father that, it was Mum that made the best impression, referring to Razem. Razem's very pleased about this. Razem and Care don't exactly retire quickly, but it's nice to have another working hand around. Haley, unsurprisingly, with her tendency for song and dance, even if it's not the greatest, does end up becoming a performer. She practices, she learns, and with the tutelage of the great Raziel, and I mean little Raz.
Oh, little Raziel, nice.
Yeah. She ends up becoming quite a good performer. First, she starts out in taverns and then local theatres. Eventually, she ends up in Senchao. It's unsurprising with the tutelage given, the sort of cultures and the visits. They have such an emphasis on the arts there that Senchao is where she lives and eventually retires.
That's wonderful.
Blink ends up studying magic. It's a little stereotypical for a frail boy, and he remains somewhat demute and frail growing up. But with James and Fowler at his beck and call, happy to impart knowledge to a bright young man, he becomes a mage. He has deep ties to Fermi, although he actually still lives close to you. He got a little apartment not too far away down the street. He's always a little bit of a mother's boy, even growing up. But he has deep ties to Faramir and plenty of friends, which is heartening to see. There's always that worry of the shy boy not making connections. Rinsin. Oh,
There's trouble.
trouble throughout his entire childhood. He was always getting into mischief. It's more than one occasion that you have a scorpion guard at your door holding like tightly clutched hands around a Rinsin who is like clearly fighting within them and just giving you that pleading look of, man, please.
Keep your child indoors.
It's a struggle. It is a blessed child, beloved by the daughter. We can only do so much.
But please stop. Please stop.
Please stop. It's not a big surprise that with that nature, the stories of your adventures, cares, and more importantly, his namesakes throughout his childhood, that one day in his late teens, he declares that he is off to become an adventurer.
Tough pirate.
And, he gives an honest try at being an adventurer. He does. But adventuring requires a lot of boat sailing. And that is where he actually does find his passion. There must be some power in names. Because he does become such a Vincent Denoran. Starts off as a sailor, eventually becomes a captain of his own ship. And he does actually take up Denoran's name for privateer activities.
Oh, didn't want to link it back with Bob. I appreciate it.
And so, far, far early, there is a Vincent Denoran sailing the seas, causing havoc, trying to do good a lot of the time. He is a, don't fight back. We're just going to take your goods. We'll let you keep your ship, go off sailing. And, we're trying to hit the bad guys. Most of your children get to live long, peaceful lives. Vincent is unfortunately cut short. There is a day where you hear a knocking on your door.
Okay. Go and answer the door.
And it's actually Yomiel. Which is not a particularly common sight at all. This angel has had very little to do with your life since you settled down into the...
Oh, Yamiel, nice to see you. Am I dying soon?
No,
Oh.
not anytime soon, I believe.
Oh, okay. Do you want to come in? Do you have something you want to talk about? I haven't seen you in a bit.
I have just collected your son, Rinson.
Oh, what was he in on? I'll get my coat.
No. He has passed. At this point, Rinson was about 36, Gifton.
Gifton's face drops a little bit, and then she nods. Was it...
He died fighting a kraken in a maelstrom, going down with his ship.
Gifted as that
because there were two other ships in his flotilla that were struggling to escape, and he decided that it was his duty to go full speed ahead.
Gifton, eyes are, welled up a little bit because her baby died. But she smiles and nods. It's how he would have wanted to go.
Many lived thanks to him. And
thank you for collecting him. Is he in
This
the
is my-
Feywild now?
No. Orlan made a bid, and Vincent chose to accept it.
Is Orlan starting to steal my children now?
He was very fond of Vincent.
Gifted nods. Well, thank you for telling me. I appreciate it. I know a lot of people don't get this kind of preferential treatment.
It is my honor. But if you want to know more, Vincent can tell you himself. And Yomio like steps back from the doorway, and Vincent, in like large humanoid size, with a great big pair of glorious wings, like way bigger than they ever were before, steps into view.
What the hell happened to you, son?
Right, so you get to
I'm gonna grab
find out
him
what
by
happened.
the ear and yank him into the kitchen.
Yeah, so you get to tell him off for becoming one of Orlan's angels.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And yes, you get to live out the rest of your life. Your kids dispersing. Unfortunately, Razem does pass before either your care.
Yeah.
She dies quite peacefully. Working her forge, she decided she was going to take a little sit down, a little rest, closed her eyes, and then just never got up again.
Mm-hmm.
It was hard. It wrecked the family for a while. But there is peace knowing that you do have special connections. It's not the end for everybody.
Did Razem and Oberon have their kid?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, your family at this point is larger. Not only did Razem and Oberon, Care and Razem.
Mm-hmm.
You had a few more little ones running around.
We had a lot more kids.
A lot more kids. Something Care is immensely pleased about. And both you and Care grow to be old, grey, wrinkled, shriveled little people.
Which is
Even Dink
weird for brownies.
for Faye, yeah,
Yeah.
for brownies.
Mhm.
But it is a testament to just how long you live. You go beyond that standard point for brownies, that snap point. A good 200 years, Gifton.
Mhm.
You get to see your kids have grandkids, which is always a blessing. But when they decide that you and Dad are the babysitters, the peace is disrupted.
I did this to my parents. I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your parents both pass, of course. Your father,
Mhm.
dissipating, returning to the Feywild. Your mother does not. However, she is visited upon by Oberon, who offers to take her anyway.
That's good. Does she go?
She does.
Okay.
Which does cause a little kerfuffle with the Memorian angel that was visiting her, but
Mhm.
Oberon could be very persuasive.
Mhm.
Even Dingus is frazzled and old at this point. His yellow scales have like
I'll be
paled
back in a
out.
moment.
Okay. His yellow scales are paled out. He naps a lot now.
Mhm.
Between sleeping and eating. He has little spouts of energy, likes to cuddle up, especially if you've got a fire going.
Mhm.
But he's an old man. Hair passes from a heart attack while working the forge. It's something he's long stopped doing as work, but whenever he got restless, he'd go out there and just, hammer out something little.
Mhm.
He remains strong even into his old age. And it's actually Flink that finds him. And a few of your kids come closer to home after that. Try to move back in closer, keep an eye on you, make sure you're not alone. James, living nearby now, actually visits a lot. Most of your days, if you're not resting with Dingus, are spent with him.
Gifton's
Dingus
gonna
gets
spend
up.
a lot more time going out to Ilan's continent and just sitting in treetops.
Okay. Dingus tries to come along with you when he can, but the old boy sometimes just goes, no, want sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'll say it's one of these days. You've just come back from a trip to Ilan's continent, and Dingus lets out like a happy little meep when you return. Gets up, stretches awkwardly, and just sort of nudges you to come to bed. He does that a lot now. Bedtime.
Yep.
Bedtime.
Yep.
And he just settles down with you to sleep. It's when you awake in the middle of the night, something feels wrong. And you reach a hand out to feel Dingus. And he's cold.
Gifton's gonna hug him for a long moment. Is it nighttime?
It is.
I'm back.
Gifton's gonna take out that conical hat that Maris gave me, or not Maris, Oberon gave me. You can put things you love into it. I'm putting all my love into it for Dingus, for Care, for Zem, and all my babies, my family. And I'm gonna lay it next to Dingus. I loved you so much. Thank you. And Gifts is gonna stare at the stars for a minute on the hat. I'm gonna go put those up there for you. I'm gonna put those up there for you, and you're gonna see them in heaven, okay?
So you start to make your way outside.
I do.
And you look up, and there is the Tulian night sky, although with the lights of the city, not so bright. You need to be closer.
I gotta go up. So I'm gonna start flying up.
Okay, you stretch out your wings. Those two, a little achy, stiffened, but still powerful, driving you up into the night sky. Up and up, flying higher and higher. You start to feel a shortness of breath, a sting of cold. And as you reach your hands out to the night sky, closing your eyes,
casting wish, trying to do it. I'm gonna make a constellation for them.
you see lights winking into existence in the night sky before things go dark. You, what seems like a nice long rest later, that you awaken in the palm of somebody's hand.
I had the weirdest dream.
Not a dream, I'm afraid, sister, says Immo's voice.
Did I get them up?
He nods and just like lifts you up a little bit, just to look. Not that you need that to look upwards, but he raises you up, and you can see your constellation up there. He seems to be standing on the ground with you, Tulia, and not far away, you can hear weeping.
I look over to see who's weeping.
You can see James holding your body in his hands. And Imor says, he caught you.
Gifton's having that slow uptake of the fact that she's over there, but she's over here.
You look down at your hands briefly, Gifton. They're not wrinkled. They're young.
James.
He can't hear you. Not yet. However, somebody else demanded that they wait for you. And you see Dingus alight on Imor's shoulder.
Dingus.
He clambers down, standing on Imor's forearm, and just buries his head in against you.
I hug him.
He too looks like you haven't seen him in a long time. Gleaming yellow, bright.
Did you see the pretty lights Mommy made?
There is affectionate meeping. Love projected at you.
So where do we gotta go? Feywild.
Even as you're asking this, Gifton, you feel warm. Warmer still, like something swelling up inside of you. You get to go wherever you please. You are to join us, but that is not where you need to stay.
Okay.
It's at that point that you can choose, Gifton. Do you want to let yourself ascend now, or do you want to suppress it further? Oberon says that Imor says that you're to join us now, but
I look over at James. Does he look like he's gonna be okay? Or is it hitting him hard?
it's hitting him hard, definitely. But at the same time, you can see, even through the tears, he smiles down at your body. And you can hear him say, I hope you rest well.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Imor opens his mouth briefly as if to continue speaking, before he just frowns. And he just settles down into the sand and just like lowers his hand a bit more casually, letting you rest near his lap or get off if you please. What do you want to do?
I never thought this far. I don't want them to be alone.
How about
What if I'm just a really lazy goddess that doesn't do very much, right?
he smiles down at you and just goes, I think you'll deserve the period to adjust. And besides, I think all of the lazy people in the world could deserve some representation.
Sounds good. He got me.
He did. I think he felt you departing, which is supposed to be our trick.
James knows all the tricks.
He does. Well then, I am not to usher you on to the afterlife. I am not to do any of that. I am here as support. Someone has seen this happen. Just want you to be okay. You can ascend if you please. You can remain right here. You can run off to the Feywild with your power. You can do what you want. Everything will be waiting for you. You can take your time.
Thank you, Amor. Thank you. Gibson's gonna look over and then she's gonna flap over to Raziel.
Dingus joins you in flight. And you hear Imor's just saying, the same goes to your fellow god there as well, before he turns to depart. Listen,
Mm-hmm.
do you want to will yourself to be? Do you want to ascend and be here? Do you want to?
Yeah, I will.
Then, in your state of undeath, you finally let that divinity take hold. And as a glower washes you, you see it wash over Dingus as well. And the two of you appear before James.
Fly right into him and hug him.
He lets out a little yelp of surprise, startled, confused.
You caught me.
What? What was how?
You caught me and I'm a goddess now. It's your fault.
He doesn't question anything. He just takes his other hand and like holds you tightly to him.
This will be our secret, alright?
Of course. Of course.
Now let's get out of here before somebody thinks you murdered me.
I don't want to just leave you here. I know it's silly because you're here, but
Put me to rest with Dingus. The kids will think I fell asleep. We fell asleep together and passed away.
he just nods and begins to travel to your house, going in and settling you into bed alongside Dingus. Dingus, by the way, is like almost glowy.
Mm-hmm.
Not in the sense that there's light emanating from him, just the light of the stars and the moon are reflecting off of him.
He's shiny now, and he's not.
He's
old.
shiny. And sweet baby. He's grown brighter over the years, but he just sort of like flashes at you. Should we get food?
Yeah, let's go. Get
Mummy,
food.
okay?
Yeah, Dingle, okay.
Think it's okay.
Why don't me get food and go see Karen Razem.
Dingus bobs his head excitedly at that. And with that, you are able to journey and see your loved ones. And so begins your long, well, new life. Over the years, you are able to just take your time, adjust into your new way of being, not make waves. Many of your godly children have already ascended, and you are greeted so warmly.
Mm-hmm.
Razem, your parents, all pleased to see you again. And you spend plenty of time up here in heavens, and it's nice. But it's not all that you do. You realize that there is really a freedom, that the gods don't expect you to have to do things yet. There's no pressure. They've not only have they tried to become more understanding of each other with Mordecai and themselves, even this is part of it. So if you wish, you can journey to the Feywild, partake in the masquerades. You can take Care with you.
Yep, I'll do that.
And as you leave to do that, it's been a long time now. The years are harder to track in this state. Time just flows. But Dingus has grown. It's actually more often than not in that large draconic form of his, and is flirting outrageously with Morgani. Actually speaking, which his first words were, "Where Meathead gone?" He has become more eloquent since.
I love his first words.
Dingus
Is-
perfectly
Yeah.
summed up.
Is
You-
he
you-
more eloquent, or does he act? Is he actually more eloquent, or is he
No,
still
he's
acting
more
right?
he's more eloquent.
Okay.
He in later in his life he explains that he was trying to ask, why haven't we invented meat eggs yet?
Oh, his character's not there.
But when you leave for the Feywilds, you can't help but notice that Dingus takes some comfort in Morgani's presence, and she returns it, just draping a wing over him.
Oh my.
And so your masquerades begin. Life after life, countless cycles of Care. Sometimes playing, oh, look, we are unknown to each other, but we've stumbled into each other. Look, our love will blossom.
It's really just a lot
Okay.
of bedroom role play.
It really is a lot of bedroom role play. There's the occasional thing, like over on Tanya at one point, convinced you to try out the whole Hound and Huntress thing, and vice versa, and it's like, don't really get it.
They go more into the romance.
Look, not everyone's into pet play. It's a thing.
Uh-huh.
And it's after a span of time, you're able to return to the heavens when you please, but you're not bothered. You get the occasional visitation. James even every now and then comes in and partakes in a role.
Mm-hmm.
It plays an immensely good villain.
Oh, good.
What
We
a
love it.
surprise.
We love
Mm.
this.
But after time, you're made aware of something. Breast has formed, it's grown, and time's approaching where, well, it would be where you left from so long ago. At this point, Gifton, in this long journey, do you think you're in heavens in the Feywild? Where would you be dwelling?
I think there's a certain masquerade that I had said I might want to do.
Okay. In that case, it's actually sometime into this.
I'll make sure I'm clear on which one it is.
Yeah, there's a couple, so go ahead and message me. Okay.
Okay.
At Oberon approaches you with a roll, Giffen. It's a little rude to interrupt someone's current masquerade, but you're family.
Uh-huh.
And as you are playing, what do you think playing prior to this?
I think I was playing the very distressed water nymph.
Okay, been a very distressed water nymph.
Yes.
You're just like relaxing in the water after all the play's done. Where Oberon actually comes up and like taps your head a bit and goes, "Wake up, wake up,
Ah, why?
Gifton.
I got bubbles in my head now. What?
I have a role for you if you want."
Oh,
Listen, the gods have been talking, and you should really keep up with them more, you know.
listen, they're fine.
The triumphant heroes will be returning.
Oh, is it that time?
Yes. But we're going to meet them. I thought it would be
Korak and all
nice.
of them. It's gonna be great.
Yes, Korak and you know, Borvus and
Sassy, Sassy's gonna be there.
yes, and Tapioca. You know, all of them.
Yeah.
I thought it'd be fun to have a little greet of them, and I was wondering if you would like to join me.
Sure. Sounds wonderful.
Yoga.
I need a guard.
Excellent. I know just the
Marvelous.
thing.
All right. Okay, and
Oh God, is she becoming the one?
it is with that Tilde.
Hello.
It's been a long time.
Been a while.
Thanks. Yes.
At this point, Tilde, a lot of your body has stopped functioning. It feels very strange for a essentially machine man to have to use a prosthetic leg and so forth. But you are old, and even your body cannot last forever. Your hands don't open quite like they used to. One of your legs really truly did just cease working. And while they can fix up Warforged, you've just gone to the point where there isn't that much that can be patched anymore. It's a wonder that you're still functioning. Many Warforged have just stopped and passed away from natural causes long before you. But through sheer grit, it feels like you've held on. Fauda has long since retired as councilwoman. She's no longer on the Fumerian Council. She now just spends her days in scholarly study. Wilhelm decided that he had had enough. Not in a sad way, just it felt like Luther's example had left some lasting impact on a lot of the Fumerian people. They don't need Faramir forever. They just need more time. And Wilhelm felt that he had had his fill. So it's some 300 years ago that he just went, "Oh, tell them I love them dearly, but I think I'm going to rest." And the various enchantments that make up one of these undead liches were let go. And Wilhelm was welcomed up into the graces of Imor's heaven. Most of the council is new now.
Does it include former guardsmen?
Yeah, sure, it does. He's a chief speaker.
And
Wonderful.
gets stuck
Yeah.
in the council now.
Did he take Wilhelm's seat? Oh my god.
We thought it was a great joke for the first 10 days, and
No, the
then
first 10 years.
First 10 days, and then you realize he hadn't finished his intro speech yet.
But it is around this time that oh, actually, no, I've got to cover that as well. Melinda, Ursentil, the mundane, Ursentil, the loved, Ursentil, the friend of Formia, was raised not close to her death and not in any attempt by herself, but she was raised by a cult. Turned into a shackled lich, used to rage destruction and war. And you and Wilhelm and Fauda and a few other Familians and Sigmund and so on took part in essentially rescuing her, freeing her. She didn't take up the moniker of Melinda this time. She wasn't sure whether she wanted to even continue existing in this state. But seeing you again, seeing long lost friends' faces, while she had not sought an ever living, she embraced it, and thus she returned. And it is with her and Fauda that you are just sitting, having a quiet little meeting together. It's hard to say you're having tea when you don't eat or drink, but it's that kind of little meetup. Fomirian advances have been great. No longer are the Dracoliches shackled to one form. They've had thousands of years to develop further magics, and now she is sitting just as a pale humanoid. Some of it's illusionary, but there is a lot of shape change going on.
They can taste again.
And yes, if only.
Mhm.
They're still working on that one. But at that point that Fowler goes, you know what error it is, Tildy?
I've kept an eye out. I suppose I should travel soon.
Well,
Or were they going to be here?
well, we've received word from our Fae friends. Oh shit! Name of Goffey.
You mean the one that was from
Death.
from Furmir?
Yes, Fae of Death.
That was
Morris.
Morris, thank you. She goes, we've received word from the Lord Morris and the Lord Harcount that they are. Oberon is sensing some disturbances in Traveller's Grove. I think they will be landing there.
Heavy.
A fitting place.
Yes. Yeah, sorry, it's not Lord Harcount, it's Lord Havy at this point.
I guess I will go there.
Melinda just like reaches a hand out, places it on your forearm, and just goes, "Get you prepared for travel, beloved."
Thank you.
And so the preparations are made. It's a little endeavor, Tilde. Moving you is becoming tricky. That prosthetic doesn't exactly provide the best locomotion considering how little use your other leg seems to be now. So you are a warforged in a wheelchair, although Feyforged is the preferred name for the modern day ones. But you came from a different time.
Are you graduating to Otto's style of coffin?
Actually, yeah, do you want an auto coffin? You can have an auto coffin if you want.
No, I'm
No, but that same kind of propulsion magic is used in his wheelchair. It's called a automatic wheelchair.
Nice. I like to think that Telday's chair, though, has a lot of unnecessary musical instruments. I mean, fully necessary musical instruments on it.
Horns.
So it's just like a bunch of horns and
Random
cymbals and
ones.
shit. So you just clank, clank,
It-
clank, clank,
it
clank,
has
clank,
to
clank,
have
clank, going down the hallway.
It has to have a hurdy-gurdy attached.
Yeah.
See, there's a part of me that wants to make a specific sound joke, but I'm not sure if we'll just get shut down or sued if I
Yeah.
make the
I want to put.
doodle-doo-doo. I mean,
And
Doo-doo. Yeah.
so it's you find yourself in the Feywild Telday. It's been a long time since you were last here. The Fey Dominion, as they call themselves, are on very friendly terms with Faramir, as they are quite a bit of the world's nations these days. But travel tricky. You see the familiar old faces of Oberon and Titania, flanked by a couple of Satyr Guard, just awaiting you. You also see Lord Morris and their love, Lord Havy, standing together, just gossiping away. Yes, by the way, Gifton did in fact kidnap the child Lord Harcount and raise him as a Fey during her Fey times.
Yep.
I have no idea what this letter I'm carrying going to do now. I might end up having part of the Fey clan now.
And
There's no
they
money waiting for
just
you.
they just greet you warmly. Oberon walking over and just like kneeling down in front of your chair and placing their hands over yours all day and going, "Oh, my old friend, it's good to see you again."
yes. Hello. Not taking the dog form this time.
No, we're trying to take a break from that. You use something too much and it starts to get old, you know.
Don't I know it?
He looks over to Astil, just Astil, looking lovely as ever. Founder, got you away from your books. And she just rolls her eyes a little bit. And they stand, waiting patiently. And then, gradually, fading into existence, is the former traveller. Everybody in Traveller. The doors open up. And you see Fauda, although not in the same robes that you last saw her in, far less ostentatious, just very simple. In fact, not even robes. I think she just has a like, short skirted thing, a separate tunic top going over it.
Oh my god, she's modeling the newest office wear.
Uh-huh.
There's something really funny about that. She's got bare bone legs.
Yep.
There's something instantly funny about that to me.
It's for those who really like those thin legs on women.
A unfamiliar, what looks like to be half dragon or could be full dragon for all you know, very pale, standing behind the wheelchair, which contains Telday, maybe? Like, most of the yellow has faded. Like, you see bare metal. It's the occasional touches we've done over the years, but eventually, I think Telday would just let it happen.
Do you ever regrow the horn or like redo
No,
it?
Telday, did you ever get that horn fixed? Talan
No.
really wants your horn fixed. You have burned Talan? Talan is heartbroken.
No.
I mean, a couple years. You
Yeah.
sure you don't want to come
I like
back?
to think,
He gets a new horn that is perfectly slightly skewed to the right.
I like to think that
that-
Boromir kept getting deliveries of master-crafted horns.
Go on the wall.
Mm.
There's Oberon and Titania, and a couple of Satyr Guard, which Corvus, one of them looks familiar.
Yeah.
What?
The one that didn't, the direction one.
Yep, I know.
And the traveller just simply says, "Farewell, my friends."
Goodbye, traveler.
Thank you, traveler.
Farewell, traveler. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. Rest well.
And
RG
as
is
you,
kind of do the thing of peer out the door.
yeah,
and then
and as
elbow.
everybody on board Traveller starts to filter out, a large crowd of people you have to move. Everybody stepping out after them. Traveler's doors close, and Traveler just seems to go silent. No longer that sort of machine thrumming around it, just quiet box. And
Hey, Carrick, I think one of your kids is here.
They wouldn't have hatched yet, let alone be that age. But
You remember the whole "you fucked an angel" thing, right?
I don't know anything about what happened from there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
we know
I
that
thought
we
that was a
don't.
mention day point.
Right. Oberon and Titania sort of march up, flanked by the guards, and just go, "Wow, that's some old faces."
Greetings
Yes,
again.
it is. Say that at least something worked out.
A lot has worked out, my friends.
That is good to hear.
We've set up a nice spot outside. If you'd follow us.
Thank you.
Guards, do you mind carrying the feast baskets, please?
Nod. Start picking up baskets. Try to offer spear to Corvus.
What? Does it offer what?
Spear.
Sorry?
Beer.
Spear.
Yeah, say the guard's trying to pick up the baskets to carry.
Why are you giving me a spear? Just,
Because they have only 2 hands, Corvus.
well... Yay, I have a satyr spear. I wonder what intricacies this can yield.
Would you like me to carry it for you?
No, I'll carry the damn spear.
I'm pretty sure it's just a piece of wood with a metal end.
I bet you it's not iron though. That'd just be cruel.
As you're
Well,
all
this-
being
Another
led,
Tell Day with that one guard.
as you're all being led through the Borderlands, things start to feel strange. Not the usual Fey Borderlands nonsense, but in your minds there is memories, alternative memories starting to form, as if you're just recollecting them in the moment. Your adventures altered, sometimes to contradictory results, but you remember Tarnstead coming under attack by a void cult, a cult of the nothing, as it's called. You remember them trying to burn your town to the ground. You remember fighting back. You remember a frequent visitor, a James Razmataz, a ice mage who would often come to the town to give ice creams to people, just put on little performances for the children, helping fight back, helping evacuate. The town was still lost. However, everybody escaped. You remember fleeing. You remember coming across a little city where, missing children. That's worrisome. And you remember finding the tale of how a young girl, abused by her father, had fled to the Feywild with the help of her friends, where she'd been taken care of. You remember the retribution that was visited upon the man afterwards. Some things don't change, including Valdir kneecapping somebody. You remember the better lives that followed for them. You remember Dolwood. You remember meeting people. You remember saving a little girl. You remember holding off a invasion, again, orchestrated by this cult. You remember becoming heroes, traveling. And you realize you're not picturing the same people all the time. There's a brownie there in your memories, but it's not Gifton. You've got the memories of Gifton still. They exist alongside them. Instead, you remember Buttons, the little brownie that lived in the same household as Gifton. Seemed to have parents, family very similar to her, although far more siblings. That James Razmataz took such interest in and essentially made his little apprentice. This little brownie knew some decent little bits of ice magic and travelled with you for a while, although she ended up departing from your group, deciding that the adventuring life wasn't for her. She reunited with family, just wanted to settle down and live normally. Yes, loads of contradictory little stories in your heads. There's always something to put you in the same place, same time. Colthwaite, you even managed to avert a massive disaster. You uncovered the cult's machinations before they enacted. There was no man called Aurel, not that you can recall in this new timeline, but there are figures to take his place. There's still disaster, there's still bad guys, but overall it was just less harrowing, more clear on what was right, what was wrong. And the people that you care about, even those lost, Valdir didn't die. At least not immediately. Valdir did not have to sacrifice himself for Albrecht. Corvus, there is a shocking amount of memory of Albrecht being with his father still. He was never taken. He didn't keep up with their lives. You weren't sure what was going on, but you reunited with both of them. Why did he go to Hexenreich? It doesn't make sense, and yet that is what happened.
I imagine each of us have some sort of expressions of dealing with these, but
Probably. I imagine so.
yeah, Corvus seems to stumble a bit more.
Excuse me,
a
sir.
lot
Can I
of-
have my spear back?
I have
What?
an important question.
Yes.
Yeah,
Do
here,
I
take
have
your spear.
parents all of a sudden?
What?
No, but you did.
Okay.
You had your parents for far longer. They didn't die in a Goliath attack, RG.
No, it was a very tragic ice cream incident.
No, in fact, you would still have your parents if they had not, in fact, just gone off on holiday.
Wait, did they
They
go get
decided
milk
they-
and never
die
come
on a
home?
holiday.
No, they're just living abroad in warmer climes.
Oh, okay.
They're no longer
the
with
rest is
us
fucking
because
miserable.
they're elsewhere.
Do I have a
As
father?
close memory comes in, RG does actually fall to the ground, just head and hands.
Do I have a father-in-law?
God, yours is complicated to get into. We'll cover that in a second.
Okay. You okay, RG? I'm gonna help RG stand
He's-
back up.
Does not look okay, but it looks like happy okay.
Are you doing that like you're starting to laugh cry?
Kinda, yeah. So I got mom and dad. They're okay.
Oberon sort of looks down at you, RG, and there's a smile on their faces. They go, I think you'll find things have gone a little nicer this time. In fact, you know, the Lyras are very, very good negotiators when dealing with the Fade Dominion.
All the alcohol they still make. Wait, no, that's the other side, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, technically, it just started with RG.
Corvus.
Is that player sounds? Or
That's
character
player sounds.
Okay. Okay.
Character sounds. Sorry.
Corvus.
Yeah.
You remember your father deciding that he had to do more good in this world. He regretted some of the research he'd done in Hexenreich and moved quite willingly. Him and your mother, they had you and your brother, but the relationship simply just didn't last. It wasn't a nasty falling out. They just realized they weren't really meant for each other, but they kept in contact. He moved southwards, taking you with him, and you were both given the choice of who you wished to stay with. You chose him. And you remember him raising you, sound of mind, even to his old age. You know where he is right now. He's sitting in a nice little building in Dolwood. The Capes basically rented the place, put him up for you.
He's doing the head looking up, standing, and tears rolling down his face.
Cassie?
Yes.
So, the Steel Shod Mercenary Company. It's both good and bad there. They did lose people fighting the cultists, but they didn't lose everybody. And you're realizing your childhood is different. Your young adult life is different. For some reason, your mother was just more understanding. You were actually given opportunity to do what you wanted. Your father had opportunity to do what he wanted. Your father wanted to be a carpenter. It did cause some arguments and rifts, but eventually he started to learn that trade instead of being a soldier. And he took you on as well. He declared that, look, there's this old dwarf that's supposed to be very good down in this, backwater town. We could learn a few things from him. Why don't we try it?
Yeah.
And you remember leaving the Steel Shod Mercenary Company on good terms. Traveling with your father, apprenticing under Gunderson. And you remember that your mother, your brother, plenty of family, they survived. They're out there. A lot's shaken up, some severe injuries. Your mother actually lost an arm, but they're alive. They're well. Oddly, you don't have memories of Michael in this new life.
Hmm. Or is Michael still in there?
Whatever it is, apparently this track of you was not made aware of her. Carrick. That's a different person.
Yes, I am not RG.
So, Carrick,
Well, we are so similar.
Lynn's been there for quite a bit of your life.
Okay.
After your father was dragged back to Noran, this errant prince decided, and his little tryst, not entirely acceptable to the royal family. She kept visiting in his place. It wasn't forbidden that Kara and him have any contact, although it's very discouraged. The occasional letters were sent. He was still an absent figure in your life, but at least you understood why.
Mm-hmm.
He did love your mother, but he would have had to abdicate. And apparently he wasn't ready to do that. So Kara did move on with her life. She didn't meet anybody for a long while, but Howard is still there now. Took her in when things went bad. And you realize that this claim to the throne thing, you actually now have even more of a direct tie than you thought. Your father, it's not first in line, but he is a crown prince.
Okay.
This also complicates your plan somewhat. Stepping in when there was no royalty or questionable royalty, that's one thing.
Yes.
Stepping up the line, it's going to take some more thought, some more work.
Well, I have already had someone who has lived for a very long time offer to assist, and there's also Hea, so I've got some options for help. on that. But I think the biggest thing is probably getting a hold of my father and seeing if he will abdicate.
But as you all have to pick yourselves up, recovering from these new memories, you step out of the borderlands of the Fae. And Corvus, there is a tear there, waiting, open already.
Ugh.
Echo just sort of squeezes your arm.
Curiosity, can any of the rest of us see this?
You can.
We didn't used to, did we?
Yeah,
Like
you've always seen the rift that he opens.
When I
Yeah.
open them, yeah.
Yeah.
Were we
Mhm.
able to see the ones that he couldn't, that were left?
Like the path. I mean, you've always seen a physical rift. Yes.
Okay.
If you're talking about like the little points of paths he sees, no.
No,
Mm.
not that. I just couldn't remember if when like they failed to close, if we still could see it.
Oh yeah, you could. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, right into the next kitchen fire, I'd imagine. Oh man, my brain hurts.
Weird, isn't
Good. He looks at all of you. Sorry.
Gonna put a hand on his shoulder.
I guess I better sort this out. For all of you.
Come back to us.
I intend to.
Right, sir,
Echo.
we're securing the area.
Yes, make sure that nobody approaches that, but that man.
All right, got it. Hey, gotta go over and stand by the portal. Got his spear. Immediately looks like he's not taking this serious enough.
I was just saying, did you just put the spear across the open?
Mind the
Across
gap,
the other side of the
folks!
portal, the other Satyr guard, Care, puts their spearhead into the ground, just leaning on it.
Yeah. Mind the gap, folks!
Winks at you, Gifton.
He will ignore the two satyrs and their annoyingness and turn to Echo and just pull her in.
She embraces you tightly.
Right.
Sorry, ma'am. Only authorized personnel across this point.
Shut up!
Boy, I'm just doing my job.
Your
And
job was doing stupid directions in a stupid maze of a place. I don't know
Well,
why
she's-
you ever left it.
I mean, the thing she's saying is true.
Yes, I know. It's a lot. All right.
I'll see you soon.
Remember the good things that we have been through also.
Remember, you're a wombo.
What? That's
Nothing.
out of character. What? Did you
Alright.
say remember your wumbo?
I didn't say anything.
Certainly didn't.
You're
Corvus
going to step
will.
through, Corvus.
Yeah, Corvus will kiss Echo and then turn and face the terror and begin walking towards it.
You step in, Corvus, and you're immediately greeted by yourself. But you know what this is, who this is. You can feel it. You can even feel that pull, that tug towards them, just as part of you. And they just look at you appraisingly.
Well,
This is it.
Yeah. Finally something I can recognize.
Tell me, have you lived a good life?
I lived the best life that I could. Circumstances.
It is filled with pain.
Yes.
It is filled with sadness.
bit.
Brett.
Just shuts his eyes.
Why is it worth it?
It's worth it because you learn from it and you be better for it. You become stronger for it. No matter the hardships that you have to go through, it is experiences that build you and make you who you are, for good or for bad. I've been both.
I remember. And they turn and they just sort of move to stand beside you, Corvus, not facing you, just looking out. And the empty is empty. You can feel firmness beneath your feet. You can see that bright light on the horizon. This feels more like a place now rather than a void. And they just turn their head to look side on at you. Just go, would you leave it?
If I didn't have the friendships and love that I had out there, if I didn't know who I was to them, I would. But it's being a part of something that is stronger than the individual.
But may I know that? May I have that?
Yes.
Well, they lift the hand closest to you, their left arm standing on your right side, just holding it out for you to clasp.
He will offer palm up.
Okay. They take hold of your hand in theirs, and for a brief moment, Corvus, you're blurred. Your entire sense of being, it's not dissipated, but it is mixed. You are two, and one of those is fast. You catch glimpses of a world outside, a understanding of rules of reality you didn't even conceive of stars and galaxies and such wonders. And in exchange, they learn what makes you, what makes living here, the good and the bad. And things just seem to sharpen again. And before they let go, they just look to you a little sadly and go, I would take you with me to see it all if you wished.
I know. And I can't do that. No matter how much I want. There is more of me with them than there will ever be here.
There's a little smile on their face when you say that. And then they just let go of your hand. Then, none of this will ever be forgotten. And Corvus, that light at the horizon becomes blinding.
He shuts his eyes, and the true sight that he's gotten used to seeing things. He's gotten used to seeing the angels and the celestials in a way that hurts. But this is beyond.
The light of reality is just pouring into your sockets for the first time.
Even the experience with the Azov has no comparison. He winces, takes in a sharp breath.
And suddenly, something forces you back. Outside, Corvus stumbles back through the portal. And
Whoa there, buddy.
Ugh.
Let me help you up.
the sky changes. You all feel a ripple pass over you. It's hard to describe. You have no ability to sense the very rules of reality being rewritten. You have no way to tell that you now have a standardized speed of light. You have no way to tell that there is now order rather than fiction. But you do see the sky change.
Well,
It's
here you go, Fal. Just grab onto this. There you go.
it's
There.
the sun is down far enough that you see a slight glimmer in the sky. Maybe a shift of stars, although some remain solidly and forever will. Brought into the new reality along with this world. But there are patterns in the sky you are unfamiliar with. Constellations out here with so little light. You even start to make out the trails of galaxies.
I am going to do something.
Any
Probably
risk
not
we all
the
feel
best
that
idea.
or see that?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I'm not
something-
losing it. That's good to know.
Carrick's gonna look towards the
Aperture?
Eyes of Morgani. No, the Eyes of Morgani.
Oh.
Mhm.
And see if what is up there in that region that
That constellation is gone.
Is there anything in that area?
Yeah. There's just a smattering of stars.
Yeah.
It's not a blank space, a ominous void anymore. It's just different.
That seems to be a good sign.
I mean, less disconcerting than last time, at least.
Gifton?
Yeah?
Being a god, you can feel a more fundamental change. It's like the world's being released from something. Your peers, your siblings, they might be able to
Be
know
unshackled
even
now.
more firmly.
Yeah.
Well, that was boring. He stepped into a hole and then came out. And we now have a new sky. I can do that any day, Oberon declares.
Quite right, my lord.
I am guessing everything went well in there then.
Yeah.
Still exists, so I assume so.
Echo
Yeah.
is embracing you tightly, Corvus.
Yeah.
And
Cor-
she's checking you over, making sure you're not
Yeah.
hurt and so on.
I'm still here. Corvus
back to
would
me.
most likely be sitting. Yes.
And she's just going to sit down
course.
beside you.
Hey, Echo, I got a weird question.
Yes.
If we're in the real world, that's weird to say.
He's awake.
Yeah, I got that part, but does that mean there's another you?
There's always been another me. I'm just an echo.
An extension of.
That's okay.
Yeah, there's like we were on different layers before. Now we're on the same.
Yes.
Okay.
But I think I'm my own person now. We're our own.
You always were.
And she sort of like squeezes your hand, Corvus.
Mm-hmm.
And leans her head on your shoulder and just goes, "Thank you for coming back to me."
I wouldn't dream of it.
Well,
Like the
chuckle a
word
bit at
pick
the
there.
unintentional joke there.
the feast, while this was a moment as a host, would be wasted if we don't have it. So, please sit down, dig in, celebrate.
Thank you.
I'm already sitting.
How do they look compared to both the ones we left just recently and
And the ones of this current time period from before.
yes.
They're wearing different faces right now. Oberon, it seems like he's emulating a more mortal form of regalcy in his, like he's got, it's not quite a military cut, but it is a suit rather than robing.
Is he still antlering?
Oh yes.
Okay.
You know that they interact with mortal kind more, so they might follow more mortal trends just to put on appearances. in this timeline. You can remember them being at functions. Cassie,
Hmm?
you're trying to figure out why he ripped off your arm and where it happened. You know it happened, but that patterning's not making sense.
It was just he decided to show a magic trick one day and it went really wrong.
Hey, got your
You
arm.
got your nose.
You know, like,
you got your arm.
got your nose, but
For
I got
some
your arm.
reason, at some point, Oberon was walking through the castle in Varas, and you just went, "I'm a hit that," and he took your arm off. Y'all had a good laugh, and you got your arm back.
Actually, wait. Does Cass have the regular arm? Oh yeah,
No, she's
was
long since had a
wooden
regular arm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It was just suddenly. Did she?
You
do we
think you might have
remember-
accidentally slapped his ass and your arm exploded.
It's a hard ass. Did she ever? Do we remember her having the wooden arm?
Yeah, for a time.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
But yes, you are
It
able to
was
sit
that.
down and face with this disconcerting that very little and very much just happened. Your world seems to continue on, and eventually you're able to go home. Now, for some of you, where home is might be a little different now. Some of you have far more options than you used to. Eric,
Mhm.
you still have your estate currently. You're a bastard child, so there wasn't a direct threat right now, but you might have to give that up if you decide to pursue things.
Mhm.
RG, whether you want to go back with Marissa to your own holdings or if you want to stay with the Delirious, who you remember now having they're like, they have full staff and everything. Like, they're not the shattered remains of a house that they were.
It's much stronger in that now.
And there's also that realization thought of, I could go visit my parents. Cassie,
Mhm.
you've got your own little place. Your dad's currently staying there. It's a bit of an inconvenient situation. It's like you spend a lot of time together, but you had separate, like, housing in Tarnstead. It's rent different places. But he's staying with you right now, and he's not a great house guest. You can see why your mother yelled at him so much when you were a kid. But you could go see mum. You could go see many family members, in fact.
It's gonna
But
be a long trip.
it's in settling on these matters that you may all hang together for a while, but you start to slowly disperse. You check in with getting Stenhouse home, who has his lady love waiting for him.
And about
She's
to
very
retire, probably still.
yeah, he's still about to retire. He is going full steam ahead with that.
Oh.
Watching people depart, Gifton. You are left alone with Telde, Oberon, Tanya, and
Before we all
yes.
scatter,
Mhm.
Corvus will turn to Telday. You've seen quite a bit, I imagine. And you know so much more. I hope that we can listen to many of those stories. Ones that you've collected along your time.
Is that going to go check something?
I, cool.
And Telde,
Hmm.
you see Yomiel.
Quick, stab her. Or him, I can't remember which one it was. Do what Thaldir didn't.
Is it time?
I think you're more than ready, my friend.
Yes. I finished what I needed to.
Then Yomiel offers out a hand to you, Tilde.
We'll take it.
And you are able to depart to whichever afterlife you choose. If you wish to travel to the Feywild, to the heavens, you can go to hell as well if you want, I suppose. Don't know why you do that.
Something
They
different.
opts into the Park Hopper Pass. You can get to all of them and back.
Joined with
And
Hefty.
Corvus, as you're talking to Tilde, you see that glow of his eyes dim.
He will put a hand on his shoulder. Next to the giant ass pauldrons.
As you do that, you see the draconic woman that has been standing attending Tilde just sort of look down at him. Her face softens a little bit, and you see her hand grip his other shoulder tightly.
You deserve your rest.
Can I just say that's an entirely in-character Telltale move of dying rather than have more of a...
Corbin's talking to me. Fuck this.
Like, to the
Capstone.
end, that is the perfect capstone.
You deserve your rest.
I know what you said to know about.
You deserve your rest, good friend. Faithful soldier. Thank you.
The two guards are exchanging a look amongst each other.
Yeah, you see the other guard just do a sort of like and take a breath.
Yeah. That was a very long person who just passed.
The nothing enjoys.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And the draconic woman looks at you, Corvus, and just goes, "He lived a very good life." And you immediately recognize Melinda's voice.
Oh. Well. Hello.
Do we all recognize?
Yeah,
the
well,
voice?
you don't recognize Melinda. Well, her voice, yeah.
She got fleshy again.
That is a
Artie's like,
very
"Well, something that
different
snapped her around, like-"
look than last time we saw you.
Not to me. But I'm aware that you're supposed to have some differences.
Yeah.
It is good to see you still among us.
You're not the old one, you're the other.
Apparently. They do not tell me much of the other me at my requests, but
Out of
Probably
character
for the
because
best.
I'm sometimes the dense one. Wasn't she still around, or did she not?
she did not stick around.
Okay.
You probably decided to take her at leave.
And
You've been with him.
yes.
You not.
Did we, out of character, had we heard the stories of what happened back at the original run through with him and Ursenteel?
Yes, you know that she was an awful tyrant on the Saharan continent, and that Telde was essentially part of the resistance against her, and caused her no end of trouble.
She did also, when they're in the same room, make constant wry comments about that sort of thing. There's enough that definitely at the very least character could have pieced it together.
It is a different, very different
Dynamic.
route there between you two, it seems.
Better one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for keeping him company.
If you don't mind, I will take my husband home.
Of course.
The look of didn't expect that either, but of course.
She's actually going to just pick Tilde up from the chair and carry him in her arms, and you see her.
Before she Archie will actually mention something. If you ever want to talk to him about him to someone else who knew him, you're more than welcome to our homes anytime.
Yes.
He pauses for a moment and things.
I'd love to know what he got up to.
I think you'll have to ask Fowler.
The guards are
And
giving
there-
a respectful head bow to Tilde's remains.
and he steps through a portal, and
Doing it
you
quick.
there is an immense look of sadness in Fauda's posture. There was such finality to her words, Carrick.
That's what I was figuring. So,
Mhm. She doesn't intend to go on either.
Nope.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
Hard
can
to
tell,
think of something,
Archie.
but knowing.
Mm-hmm. Fauda lets out a sort of pained little sigh.
It is good to see you, our old friend.
It's good to see
Have you
you all
been?
as well. Well,
It
busy
is
for a lot of the time, but the last few hundred years have been peaceful.
that's good to
Good to
hear.
hear.
I see you have decided to change out of wearing the robes all the time.
Awesome
Yes.
legs.
Fashion has to shift, and robes get caught on a lot.
This is all going well and full of mirror for a mirror.
Fear me.
It's going very well. Although, you'll have to visit one of our cities sometime. The nation has grown some.
Cities.
Yes.
Well,
Do you still share the continent with
Most of them.
on all the different continents?
And
She's going to plumber her new memories for any information on this.
yeah, you've been to a Flamirian city in this new timeline. There's actually one on Barast, and it was your actual means of travel for a while. They link up with a lot of other cities, and they are not just exclusively cities of the dead now. There are living people within them. They have more become scholarly hubs. They actually get along very well with mage nations like Hexenreich. They are,
colleges.
yes, they are massive colleges.
Valda, is your offer from before we left still in
Yes,
effect?
she actually raises an eyebrow and goes,
Of
"It's
You're going to
been a
have to
few
elaborate.
thousand years for me,
yes,
my friend."
of assisting me in learning what I need to take the mantle of rulership of Naran,
Oh,
possibly.
no, of course, yes.
I mean, they have royalty this time around, so like it's
Which
not
is
filling a void this time.
makes it more complicated.
Well,
for me.
actually, he has greater claim to the throne and the current royalty. You see, Lynn, her little love, she has a stronger bloodline, technically, for the royal claim than his father.
But there are others in line
So
with
it would go
the
Lynn, your father, you, essentially.
yes, and I have a feeling.
We
I
can
have a
figure
feeling
something
she would.
out.
Yes.
So I
I was
think I need to
just
go
saying,
make some funeral arrangements.
I was mostly saying if you didn't want
Yes.
to control, if you wanted to be your own man still, you don't have to in this timeline. It's not a void this time around.
I'd be more than willing to help him if he does so, because I'll tell you, Noran's royal family is corrupt, is an apt word.
Is
Hmm.
this a like
Unfortunately.
publicly known thing, or is this more of like
I
basically
think
Hearsay,
they're likely to be
rumors.
beheaded by their own citizenship if things don't change.
Oh, the French Revolution. Got it.
yeah. As much as I would like to settle down in someplace calm, I believe they could use, from what I can remember now, I think they could use a better person in charge
So
for all
we'll
involved.
we'll see about that once you're settled back here a bit.
Thank you.
For now, she just shakes her head sadly. I've just lost an old friend, so
If anything that we can assist, I know we're just doing, but
that's right.
is
Wilhelm sends his deepest love and regards to you all. I'll let you visit his grave at some point.
No.
he is
You decide
quite
I-
willingly let go of things.
That is better than the alternative.
And you can see the weight of ages on her as she just bows her head to each of you and walks over to Oberon and Titania. Right. You all capable of getting home. There's a town not too far from here. I can whisk up a little portal if you want. Might
I-
not be the safest trip, but
I can at least get back to my steads. Do not know where everyone else wishes to go.
I'm thinking, where is home now?
I mean, I'm
What's-
going to my place in Beacon. I
what's
don't
the
know
town
about
over there called? And Titania just goes, Southwest Time, dear. Southwest Time. Stupid name.
Northwest.
Northwestshire?
Yeah.
South by Southwest? The other
Yeah.
card says.
Yeah,
They're
southwest.
the Northwest. So
At least those things haven't changed.
Beacon's still there. I got a character.
Yes,
Remember,
Beacon is still there.
Beacon is still Beacon. Well, they could have had a different name because of differences. And I'm guessing that's where our holdings still are.
The person who originally named it isn't exactly with us.
I guess we can go to Southwest Time and go out from there.
I can arrange that if I am more than willing to. That was Oberon that mentioned the portal, right? Or was that Valda?
That's Oberon.
Oberon.
I am willing to take his portal if no one wants me to do it. It sounds like
I'll
fun.
be real. I've got my wife and 2 toddlers. I just want to get home.
That is a good point. What is home for you? I mean, you have you have families now.
I'm thinking Beacon as the starting point, and I'll figure out the rest after.
Go to
Yes,
Beacon.
you all get one portal, by the way. So, Beacon? yes?
Beacon.
Beacon.
Yeah, let's go to Beacon.
Okay. I can't do that.
No,
That is fine. I will teleport us there. Circle should still work, and if it doesn't, I know where my home is, and I can go from there. Get us from there.
So are we going to Beacon?
No, we're not going to Beacon, dear. Oh, you want to go Beacon? We want to go Beacon. And and Titania just gives him a look of like, come on. Let's go to Beacon. It's been a while since we visited it.
Got a great view of Mount
Go check on
Potts.
buttons.
buttons. Right.
They're quite good
Isn't
on my
she-
jacket.
Isn't she in Dolvewood, though? The ice fellow? Probably.
Oh, I don't
Well,
like
then-
them much.
No.
Okay, my head's
Insufferable.
hurting. I need a drink. Let's go to Beacon.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Oberon, Lady Titania.
No, Titania's going with you. I'm done, though.
Oh, you're done. Well, fine. Whatever.
Toodaloo.
Toodaloo.
You know, I don't want to take the time. I'm
Right.
just gonna teleport.
You
Yeah.
teleport to Beacon with your friends.
What about
And
everybody else that you gotta take with you? Because
yeah, you're abandoning all of the strange people here.
Yes.
They're not strange.
Yeah.
Bye bye, Saga. Bye bye, Bill.
Saga's fine, actually, but you know, there's
Yeah, Saga's fine.
Bill, General
Actually-
Stenhouse.
Actually, Saga's coming up to you, Gibson, and being like, hey, baby.
We're gonna do this actually. We'll take the extra time. I just probably did that twice. Because I don't actually have to
Okay.
pass through.
Hmm.
I can
You
actually
describe it.
I
Yeah.
can describe
like
the
my
one to
spear?
Windman.
It's extra long.
So I'm
Would you
gonna
show me how you can handle it?
I've got to use both hands.
No, is
I
that-
like sex too, Care says.
I was actually wondering if that was between if there was between
That was
Karen
Saga
and Gifton or
No.
Saga, Gifton.
and Care.
Yeah, we're gonna do a circle first, and those to Winden.
All right, so 10 minutes of this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, To cut it
1
short,
minute. 1
you're
minute. 1
all
minute.
you're able to arrange people's travels homes.
Mhm.
At which point we go further into the future. You return home, settle into your strange new lives, and time passes without peril and death and danger. For some of you, it's a little calmer than others. RG, just get into raising your kids with Marissa. It's lovely now knowing, hey, mum and dad are here, and seeing them for the first time is a shock. You have these memories, but
They don't understand why RG basically bear hugs him and just starts crying.
yeah.
Mhm.
But they're there to help you raise their grandkids. Your mother dotes on Marissa. She like you're disappointing sometimes.
Yeah, no,
But
she's
Wow.
Marissa, that's
Also, she does realize that it's very weird having since they're alive, having the
Uh-huh.
kids named after her parents who are also still alive. So she does casually flip the first and middle name.
okay. Yeah, that's a good move there.
It's fine. I know families like that.
But yes, you keep in contact with the rest of the group, of course you do, but everyone's able to sit down and lead their own lives, and yours often takes you to Wyndon now. The Adairas are actually fairly influential at this point. They do have close ties to the Fey Dominion. They were some of the early people to set up trade deals and so on. It's turned them into a powerful family. And how much does RJ embrace the noble side of life?
Honestly, probably only as much as she needs to. The type of person she is, it's just not where she's comfortable.
Yeah. In that case, you
Like,
probably stay. You visit by an occasion, but you keep yourself mainly to your own little estate. Try to live a bit more simply.
She does take up the offer Hay had made of having a winter home out in her lands.
Okay. In that case, yeah, you and Marissa can often make visits out there with the kids, which your kids grow as kids tend to. As you and Marissa age, you yourself are able to do a bit more careful practice of your abilities, understand them more, try and figure out how not to use them dangerously, if not for yourself, but for any others.
For those coming after.
Writing them down, making note of it. It's long into this. Your kids have grown up; they're adults themselves now. Your daughter, Dow, I just realized called Gifton, is actually the one that mends the rift between the Elara and the Four Houses. As you grew, that remained there. Any attempts
Fitting.
between you and your little buddy that you made there just didn't work against the old guard. But your daughter and the young kids of the Full House, they're a little more forthright and pushing for things. And it's nice to see that come together, even if some of those old grudges in the older generations remain. She does inherit your soul burning abilities, which when you first discover that is a panic. It's likely redoubles your efforts to try and get them under control. But she has very little interest in using them. She is not the sort to go out and perform great feats of heroism and martial stuff. She is very happy with a calm, and she embraces the noble life far more readily than you do. Your son, on the other hand, does become an adventurer for a short while. Though the grueling side of it versus the fantasy of it quickly kills it off as a career for him. It is, however, discovering the Feywild. He becomes infatuated with it. There's plenty of ties there, people to visit, people to see. Even though it's not as so close without Gifton around. Yeah, first Gifton, I should say. You still know people there. And an adventurer is bound to stumble upon it in occasion. And the Illyria's ties, it's just natural. He spends more and more time there. Until one day he vanishes completely, which is a blow. making contact with the ties to the Feywild that your family has, you learn that no, he's there, he's fine, but he's met a girl and decided where he wishes to remain.
Archie would be a little hurt that he didn't tell her beforehand, but
Mhm.
understanding in the long run of I can see uprooting yourself to go with someone you love.
It's
She'd be the
only
same about him.
towards the end of your life, RG. You and Marissa have grown old, although you maintain those nice, good looks. Marissa ages pretty damn gracefully, all things told.
Mm.
That your son emerges. Still looks as useful as the last day you saw him. Has that touch of the Fae about him for sure. Like there's just a bit more green in the eyes, that sort of thing, that fake influence. And he emerges with a girl, which bears a striking similarity to Gifton. Like it's uncanny. And they have with them a child.
Archie
You are introduced to your grandchild.
RG holds out her arms carefully, hoping to take the kid and hold her in her arms and to hello.
And it's meeting this child that the child is named after oh shit. Who was it? Fuck. It's your grandfather's name. Lyra side.
Oh shit, I don't know. Just like I had to find.
I don't have it. Fuck.
I have a family document. Just a sec.
Ball.
Oh, sure, you made
Bellinor.
me struggle.
Bellinor, Lyra. Although, they have taken up the girl's family name. So you introduced to Bellinor Brotgren.
When she hears the last name, RG does just start laughing. Go, of course.
As grandson is brought into the world.
Oh.
I told you, one of your kids went off into the Feywild gifting.
Yep.
Yeah, you are introduced to your son's companion, Ricky Brotgren. Which, that's probably a shock for you, RG. You remember Ricky.
Mm-hmm.
Now run in fear.
Uh-huh.
Is it the same Ricky?
Yes. Yeah, it's the same Ricky.
It's been in the
RG is
Feywild.
actually looking and asking, do you remember me?
They squint at you and go, should
were-
I?
This big with your mama, Gifton.
I'm often that big. My mum?
When you were born, we were at Beacon.
She was like 2.
RG can hope. It's one of the few
Don't,
connections
but
to her old friend.
Yeah.
you knew my mum?
Mm-hmm. I was one of the people that adventured with her.
Oh, you're Cassie? No, you're not a horse.
No, I'm RG.
Archie, oh, it's nice to meet you.
That sounds like
Lovely to
Ricky.
meet you again too.
And Archie, you get to have a long and happy life with Marissa. And I'm not going to say who goes first because the future is still left open for you. Cassie.
Go
Actually,
together,
no, Cassie,
gunfight.
we're not covering yet.
Yeah.
We go together, gunfight.
Yeah.
No, you both go out as you lived, chasing after children.
Carrick,
Yes.
Not the answer I was going to go with. Fair.
you return. And before you can really get into the concept of king making, before you have a chance to go off and do it, it's not long after you return and you come back to the same household, the same wife, the same kids, well, eggs, that the eggs do hatch.
Whoa.
And that does take up a good part of your life right there.
Yep.
Your
Dragons
aspirations put
everywhere.
on pause somewhat as you handle a clutch that most like way bigger than most dragons do handle. Like the survival rate of dragon eggs isn't actually that high, nor is the laying rate.
That's why he is.
Yeah.
You
But
did this.
beyond the chaos of it, you have a very pleasant early life with them. They are rather tell me, does Carrick practice the kobold tradition?
I guess the first question is it something that is still done?
It is something that is still done.
Do you know how many kobolds you have to get?
Yeah, well, that's the interest. How do you find
Also,
9 gold?
I hate the concept of having to get kobolds.
I know it's really off, right?
I mean, if you're in Hexdrake, you just kind of look around and you find them.
I mean, I think normally you would
It's a little harder.
invite a family of kobolds to live with you.
Yeah, that's essentially what it's like.
But
yes.
you
Yeah.
need several.
I mean,
But you have a
kobolds-
noble house, so you could.
Hey, look at all these kobolds underneath this rock.
Oh, so you don't have to. It's a Hexenberg
Yeah.
tradition.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I don't have any real.
It's okay.
ties
Just
directly,
use
so.
human children. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, there is 2 guard drakes already floating around. You can
That's
just get
not the
more of
same.
them.
That's not the same. That
But,
does not teach
yes.
manners.
It's might. We never had
Cara,
very good
Howard, and Lynn, who Lynn seems so much happier than you remember her being. She actually got to live out a full life with her love so long back and had a sense of closure there. Still wanted to live fucking forever because that's just Lynn. But she seems to be a more content person, Carrick.
Good.
Aww. Good for
I
And
was a little worried we were
having
starting with the 3 children when you said those 3 names. So
no, not that Lynn. Not that Howard and not that Cara. But having her on hand, she seems to have imbibed a bit more of that youth water this time round. Sort of early 40s human wise.
It's a weirdly potent pond now.
Uh-huh.
I mean, more likely it's oddly how much we brought with.
Well, it's also somebody had to correct what got broken.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you get to raise them. You can still pursue the kingcraft if you so please after they've grown a bit and your wife isn't ready to murder you if you leave. And yeah, you can get assistance. You can get divine mandate. Proving your right to it, it's a little tricky, but blood tests showing the way the lines go, and frankly, the pressure of the populace.
Mhm.
There are conditions. You quickly realize that having just new royals step in wouldn't be the greatest thing.
Yes.
And so you decide, well, works for Thoramir, and they've advised it, have a council or maybe elected representatives. And so you accidentally create a monarchy and a parliament in
Nice.
conjunction and have thus turned France into England. But yes, Carrick is able to successfully win his bid for the throne, which causes a whole different kind of life. One that some of your kids take to quite readily, and your wife adores, by the way. She really liked having servants around the house and so on. Being considered a queen and doted on.
She's got
Perfect.
that dragon thing. This is
Yeah.
really this.
Yeah.
This is
You do have that brief worry of
this
like, oh no.
awakened something in her.
I have woken up the red dragon shit.
Yep.
But you are able to settle into your new role as king. As the years pass, your growth rate's slower than a lot of other humanoids, but your kids spurt up, catching up in draconic terms. And they begin to live their own lives as well. Talal, always liked the mystery, always liked friendship, and becomes sort of like super interested in his namesake. becomes infatuated with the now very well known and catalogued Tulian history. Tulia is a empire in itself in this day, and he ends up going, and you make your journeys there in official form. Him going along just fuels this obsession into becoming a bit of a researcher of it. Goes to live in Tulia after once he reaches adulthood, comes back plenty, but basically acts as a sort of ambassadorial prince for you between
Some
Tulia
ways.
and Noran.
At some point, we're going in. That's where the garden where we met the time traveler.
Yeah, you get to show off. Um, Cody.
Actually, it probably doesn't help that also I'm pretty sure when I show up at least at some point, hey, I shows.
Cody is a bit of a court jester. His tendency to like make light of situations and deliberately misquote things when he was young. He is a happy, enjoys plays. Would likely have gotten on so well with so many others that you knew. But he doesn't exactly have much aim in his life. Like he isn't full of aspirations. But it's essentially that young royal that's just enjoying the wealth and position and getting to do stuff.
Just take every other weekend over to
the basically
French Riviera and
any express to go to a ball. Yeah,
congratulations, you gave birth to Kilsko.
Yeah, Razzie, on the other hand, very good at diplomatic duties, very good at talking, eloquent, able to flatter people, make them feel good about themselves. And it was a major consideration for the throne after Carrick. But often advocated for his sister Kara to be ruler assist to Kara. Very emotionally level-headed, very wise for her age, even early on, well-cultured, kind and understanding. With Razzie acting as a smooth charm for her, her ascension to the throne made them a bit of a powerful team. She became reigning queen after you. Razzie didn't push for any further action on that. He didn't want to rule the throne, and after the death of Cody, who unfortunately took a bullet meant for Razzie at a political function, a dragon killer bullet, saving his brother's life, Razzie was never quite the same. Became very withdrawn. Alistair had a troubled childhood. Never seemed at home in society. It's no surprise, though quite some sadness perhaps, that she ended up fleeing to Illan's lands, breaking all bonds and contact shortly after Cody's death. The only signs of her being alive, the occasional momentum car from the great trees of Illan's land left at Cody's grave once a year, and appearing at the same time gifts of meats and toys for Korth and Martifir, the drakes that were raised alongside the children as their guardians. Julian ended up traveling the world, visiting every land, and driven by wanderlust, wanted to be out there, see everything. Ended up traveling with a old man, Denoran, that you'd all met in his youth. Denoran happy to take him onto his crew, and Denoran, in this setting, in this timeline, was carrying on a great tradition of a name passed down through the ages, and Alistair became the next, Julian rather, became the next Denoran. This great pirate.
Oh God. Okay, hiding the trinket. After
Kara.
that time.
Kara, named for your mother, well cultured, kind of understanding. Told you she became queen. She was perhaps more successful than you, Carrick. You stepped in. There's always some resentment for that. She was the one that took over. Howard put the royal life behind him, abdicated. Tried to take after the passions of both you and his grandparents. Now runs a very popular tavern in Noran. Lynn, named for her grandmother, well, not nasty, grew to be a little manipulative, using her good looks to her advantage. Seemed to take that from you. Seems to always have some new man or woman doting on her. Very much a socialite. And Arden poured himself into study of magic, and since moved to Furomir to learn from the greatest. It remains to be seen whether he's going to sort of go after that eternal life thing that the Fomirians love, but, well, mages, great access to them. You and your family get to live long and happy lives. There's the only occasional bit of political dissidence. There's, of course, occasional border skirmishes and wars. Even on good terms with other nations, mishaps happen. But as far as you're concerned, you get a happily ever after.
Did
Then-
Zachiel ever show
Mm.
up?
We'll get to that.
I was gonna say, I'm hearing a lot of
Oh
things
no.
that haven't been
Okay.
finished yet.
Corvus.
Mm.
You settled into life with Echo. And, with your father of sound mind, although still old, fragile, you got a few more years with him before he passed of natural causes. Your brother, your nephew there, unfortunately, your mother had still passed away some few years ago. A lot of you together made for a nice life. After your father's passing, it was just you and Echo for a long while. Your brother, of course, living his own life with his nephew. Although your nephew comes by to visit more often than his father does, just out of scholarly interest, likes talking to you about things academic.
Yeah.
And it pleases you to see that he is still pursuing a learned path. He's actually getting some very good sponsorships and should be expected to have the highest education at a Fumarian school. And your life goes nice. There is that worrying thing of, well, things are passing around you, and you are definitely not aging, Corvus. And that nice life does start to peter out as Echo grows old and frail. And when she passes away, you're left with a feeling of emptiness. But you try to soldier forward. You decide to throw yourself into your work. You're a healer. You know how to do things. You've pursued magic. You've learned how to use that spark that Morgani gave you. So you can do some good in the world. First off, it is just trying to help people in a medicinal term. But when you find patients coming to you that have been abused by spouses, or someone that has been mistreated by the landowner, that little urge to do more comes through more and more. And it's not long before even you can notice it, although there's that part of you that goes, no, but I'm doing it right. That you're acting like the gentleman did. Going out there, deciding what's right and wrong, acting from the shadows. Over the span of 100 years, 200. It's not all perfect. You die, and you die again. It's not too unheard of to try and sneak in to do a mission and then just get shot and burned by guards, to have things go wrong. But you come back every time. And it's over the years that you start to lose sight of why you're doing things. What you're doing. What is right, what is wrong. And it's not long, only a few 100 years, before you come into conflict with an old friend. The first fight between you and Cassiopeia Stillshod was an odd thing. Just wrong place, wrong time. Bumping into each other. You didn't even realize she was still alive at this point. But fight you did. She was just there, decided to come to the defense of somebody that you were trying to take out. And you both went away limping. Next time you saw her, you barely even remembered her. You don't remember most things these days, just the cause. The time after that. Why were you even here? What were you doing? And that's how your life goes, Corvus. Losing yourself. Cassie,
Yes.
you have a pleasant little early life. Your father and mother, it's so nice to be able to actually see them again. You make contact with some Goliaths who are actually aware of your name. And when they actually see the token you have, it's a big deal. That gift from Scrim apparently means something. They want to explain to you what it is, but to their tribe in particular, that's important. And so you have friends. You have people that are willing to come to you. Apparently, the idea of a cushion in Goliath society is very popular. And you can make quite some bank selling cushions to Goliaths if you're so pleased. But you too start to experience that long life. You see your brother, and you see, oh no, her name, Centaur, fat,
Millie.
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 They spend a lot of time together, and yeah, it's kind of pleasing to see them actually end up getting married. But it's less pleasing to see them aging and you not. Much like Corvus has found, something's wrong, Cassie. You're not aging. You're not getting old. And you have to see so many of your family pass before you. You try to get away from it all. You spend some years in Hayer's Land. You even become a priestess for a short while. You take her up on that offer to learn and experience and immerse yourself in the Saharan culture. A good 50, 60 years for, well, you've helped bring some kids into the world, and now they're growing old, and then there's that flash of pain, that realization of what's going to happen. You move over to Heros' land, maybe learn a bit about, that culture of nobility that, your friends here that you've met, that hurts too. Orlan's land, the violence and death there all of the time, that can't be so bad, and yet it hurts all the same. And so you withdraw yourself from the world, both to try and stop making waves. There have been people that have come after you because, well, there's this long-lived centaur. There's got to be something to that, right? Can they get some magical properties from you, learn your secrets? And it's such a hassle, Cassie. And then, in your reclusive times, you're just walking the street, having gotten some food, just going home. You see Corvus. It takes you a few moments to even remember who that is. You haven't seen Corvus for a long time. But there he is, hurting somebody, trying to attack somebody. You don't know what's going on, but you know you can't let this happen without at least understanding the situation, so you intervene and you fight. And when you come away from that fight, knowing that you dealt a killing blow, but watching him go away all the same, putting a knife that he had plunged into your heart from yourself, you realize something is wrong with the both of you. You're not just not aging, Cassie. You can't die. He dealt a mortal blow to you. You dealt a mortal blow to him, and you are alive. And so you try to figure this out. You spend so many years trying to figure this out. You find him again. Maybe he has some more knowledge, but he barely seems coherent. It ends in a fight. And this happens again and again. It's only towards, what is that? It's civilization's advanced. People have developed things, and that's now in an era where people don't even have to use magic for things. People have these little slabs called phones that they can contact with each other with. That you come across Corvus for what you might think of as the last time, because this time you're ready. You've tracked him down. There have been rumors of some plague doctor masked thing lurking about, harming people in the streets, just taking miscreants far more than he should do. They found dismembered, pulled apart organs missing, a horrible end for somebody that might just, be loitering. So you find him. And after a painful, grueling fight, you have him down, and you burn him, and you sort him, and you do everything you know possible to dispose of him. Acid bath. there's little remnants that you can't get rid of, flecks of blood and metal that just don't seem to want to go away, but you contain them. And hoping that is the end of him, you start to go about your life. There's a pain in your heart that you just took out what might be the only thing tying you to your past anymore. Those long gone, barely able to remember moments that were so important and now so hard to recall. You go and see and do just about everything you can. Traveling the world loses its luster after the 30th time. And it's a few hundred years later that when the signs and the postages go up for the first colony off-world, that you find yourself jumping at the chance of something new. Standing in line, presenting your ticket, and boarding the first faster-than-light vessel to leave and colonize another world. And so the very last survivor of Tarnstead departs to go out on an unknown journey. And that is actually where we're probably going to end.
Ow.
Thank you all very much for playing with me in this very long campaign.
Thank you for a lovely game.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Really.
And it saddens me to say that we won't be doing this same time next week.
Here, to a great DM.
Mm.
Thank you, Ellie. For you.
Indeed.
Sorry.
Whole lot of
She-
laughing.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know what that was.
I tried to find a sound clip on my thing that said clap it. I typed in clap and it had a whole lot of clapping. And I was like, okay, cool, clapping. It just says whole lot of clapping, fuckers.
This is the first line. Yes. I didn't want to go into every detail of your character's lives because, again, I do plan to revisit this on occasion, little one-offs to see the characters again. But, yes. Hopefully that was an okay wrap-up.
That was
No,
beautiful.
That was
it was.
fantastic.
Thank you.
I'll send my letters to everybody if they want to read them. But
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because I did actually write them. So
I know you showed me your notebook.
I
And,
know.
of course, as it goes, if there are any curiosities about what happened with any of the other characters and so on, and I can answer them, I will do so. No pressure to ask now, but, we have time. But there's only so much I can fit in, and I know we ran long,
Mhm.
so sorry, Marcus.
No, I don't have work tomorrow. It's fine.
Okay,
Oh, good.
longer.
Yeah.
There's statues of Stenhouse everywhere.
Yes.
Okay, so you already know exactly who I'm going to ask about at some point.
Do I?
Jax.
Oh, yeah, Shaxon. Yes.
Yeah.
So Shaxon, I know this isn't quite the path you wanted for him, but it's what makes sense to me. Actually lives a bit of a happier life. Hexenreich isn't as military focused as it was. Still a fairly militaristic state, but, a little less aggressive. More importantly, while he still had some traumatic moments in his life and so on, his sister lived. And that gave him something to hold on to for a little while.
Did the movie still happen?
Yeah.
Oh my
so
god.
Cassie, before the horrible confrontations with him, Cassie, you tried to get into a film that was posted up, a casting call. It's called Thunder and Lightning 1. No, not even a 1 on it yet. It's just the first one. And, it was a story about two ancient heroes, Cassiopeia Steelshod and Corvus Adelas. And they didn't want you for the role of Cassiopeia. However, you did get to be her stunt double.
There you go.
You had to wear a blonde wig for it, some padding in your chest. But yeah, you got to be the stunt double in a film about you. An incredibly inaccurate film about you, by the way.
It's the
And,
Charlie Chaplin coming third in the Charlie Chaplin lookalike contest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
It was,
second, actually, in this case.
It was only after filming it that you found out the name of the screenwriter, not the director. The screenwriter was this.
Razzmatazz.
Wow.
Where
James
did that get linked?
music.
It's in the in-game channel. Roll
In
20.
actual
Roll
20.
Oh my god.
James A. Musing.
Oh God, Raz.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was
That-
what Cassie said.
That writer may
That's
never
like,
have written.
wait a minute, what?
He was also the director and the person who did all the casting.
You know, it's
He
amazing
knew-
that there was really a huge amount of important people, I'm pretty sure, that were at the first showing of that movie and just died laughing at it.
Yeah. Yeah, Cassie, if you
Including
went to see that
probably
film,
Gifted.
so by the time that you went to see that film, Cassie, there's a thing called asima in the world, which are basically people with defined heritage. So it's not uncommon to see a winged being or so. You were very suspicious of a lot of those winged beings in that theater. You think some of them may not have in fact been asima and in fact been angels.
Angels have a real good fucking laugh.
Uh-huh.
And yet none of them realized that Cass was in the room.
Oh, yes, and Carrick, Sadriel, and the emotional were waiting
Oh
for
my
you.
gosh.
You have come back to a race of fluffy dragons that live in Tamari's land.
Oh,
Thanks to you and Sadriel. And who knows what will result of the emotional.
Nice.
That's all you need. Carrick with the ability to control emotions. This doesn't sound like a horrible plan at all.
Is Ilan okay?
Ilan is okay. Ilan will eventually choose to reincarnate himself.
Mhm.
I think it is sometime into the spacefaring era of Tarnstead.
That makes sense. Is that about the time that Lolasil's going to start coming back into the world?
It is about the time that she was going to start reforming.
Okay.
And he decides that he wants a fresh start with her.
If she's coming back, might as well start too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you so much for the game. It was wonderful.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry that the whole game ran long. It's supposed to be like a year or two.
I don't think anybody minded us getting extra time.
we
with
did
Chelsea.
not mind it one bit.
No, it was wonderful.
I mean, our just little short, lighthearted campaign was a lot of fun.
I was
Also,
like, you know, I'm probably not going to be a good DM. This might run a few sessions.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, the best
But
part.
I mean, Hat Dan chose to falter at that moment, so I was like, yeah, this seems a good moment. So fist bump Hat Dan.
Yep.
The best part about it, you as well,
Uh-huh.
is that we did the story, we did the campaign, but there were so many other options that could have given us a different story.
Oh yeah,
And
I mean,
I'm
this
sure,
isn't even a story I thought of when we first started playing.
and I'm sure you would have created something exquisite, just
Yeah.
like you presented us with
No,
this.
it's amazing.
To be fair, there were several times where it definitely wasn't the story
Also,
that you
I'm just
did.
gonna apologize to the rest of the player base. I'm sorry I had so many fucking kids that you had to sit through every one of their stories, but you know, because I didn't realize we were gonna get a recap for all of them, so I was like, wow.
I was just sitting there like, huh, kind of glad that I only had the 2 kids this time.
Yeah.
You're welcome for not having any kids.
Yeah, I told you grandson would still exist.
I'm so happy
Mhm.
grandson exists.
I will say, I find it really funny. You didn't mention what would probably be the weirdest part for Gifton's kid in that, and the funniest part to me, that my kid's name at that point was also Thaldir.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah,
wait, that's my
basically-
brother's name.
Ricky's like, wow, this is my brother's name. And oh, your sister is my mother's name.
This is weird.
Oh well, I'm Faye.
Okay, what the fuck?
It's not the weirdest thing I've had in my day. Let's go.
Mhm. Also, for as long as she had been alive, it would have been so displaced. Like,
Yeah,
it's like,
like those were hard memories for her to recall.
yeah.
That's why Archie just had that moment of like, that small desperate part of her that would want to have some level of reconnection with the friend who she lost.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just reading through your letter.
Because like it is a very weird thing for having that displacement of not only knowing Gifton stayed behind and is not there, and having this almost Gifton inner memories at the same time.
Yeah, sorry to hit you all with the letters, but you know,
I'm
Corvus's
going to
letter
toast
hurt
the
me.
stream. Say bye-bye to the stream, everybody.
Bye.
Bye!
Same to you. I don't know.
We love you all.